Hello everyone, welcome to the most awaited video on English comprehension for this year. I am Rishi, your mentor for CSAT from Target UPSC. Every year we upload this video where I basically come live in the YouTube video. I solve the questions for you, questions that are specially curated by me, keeping in mind the last 10 years of CSAT history. And it's the one video and the only video that you would need to crack English comprehension. Basically, all you have to do is watch me solve the question, and when I am solving, you also give it a try, and then you will be able to understand how you solve versus how I solve, and then you will be able to understand the gap, and you will learn as a result of it. So this is that video. Every year we receive tremendous response for this video, and here we are. Now in this video I'll quickly tell you what are we going to cover. Okay, so the very first thing which most of us struggle are the concepts. What are the types of questions that are asked in CSAT or in English comprehension? May it be the assumption, inference, crux of the passage, main idea, implication, logical and rational inference, all those sorts of questions, right? Second, what are the types of passages that are asked? So most of it are environments based, sometimes it is science and tech, policy making, geopolitics, sometimes technology and science, sometimes it's philosophy, right? And then third, how do we approach the options, right? How do we eliminate the wrong answer options? What is it that the question setter has in his or her mind when he or she is creating those set of options for a question, right? So all those concepts would be first covered in the first 30 minutes of the video. The second is then I am going to solve some 100 plus questions. Okay, so I have more than 200 questions as a part of questions bank or the question set. In this video, we are uploading the first 100 or slightly above 100 questions. And if you like this video, please let us know in the comments. And if you really want to, or if you would like to see the part 2 of the video, so do reach out to us on our Telegram contact or in the comment section. Do like and share and subscribe, and do show your support if you really like this video. And if you want the second part, please do let me know in my Telegram chat, the link of which would be available in the description and also in the comments. At the same time, this is also a reminder that we have slashed our prices for the course. The Sigma CSAT course for 2026 is available at 90% discount at just rupees 199, where we are giving you more than 55 live plus recorded session, which covers end-to-end syllabus for English comprehension, quantitative aptitude, logical reasoning when it comes to the CSAT. At the same time, you get live lectures. I will come live, I will mentor you, teach you, solve your doubts, all of this at just rupees 199. So do give it a try, and let's get back to the video and let's get started. Now when it comes to English comprehension, right? Let's deep dive into some of the concepts that are typically asked in CSAT or will help you crack CSAT. Okay. So in English comprehension, what you need to understand is what is an argument. Okay. Argument by definition is basically premise and conclusion. Okay. It's basically the premise and conclusion. Okay, now what is a premise and what is a conclusion? Premise is basically some set of data, statements, facts, some references to some other people's opinion, anything that you need to drive your own point. Okay. So think of it in our daily day-to-day life. Okay. So for example, suppose if I have to convince a friend, okay, that you should go and watch the movie Dhurandhar. Okay. If I have to go and convince a friend. So my conclusion is what I want to convince him. I want that person to go and watch that movie. But simply if I just go and tell him that why don't you go and watch the movie, why would he go and watch it, right? Unless you really try to convince. Now what you do for convincing is basically the premise. Okay, now how do you convince the person? So you can say it has a very good star cast, it has a good storyline, the songs are amazing, the actors have really played well, the director has also done a brilliant job, the storyline is good, right? It has box office collection of so and so number, it has very good IMDb ratings, right? Something like this. Now, when you put forth these facts, right, your conclusion becomes a little stronger, right? Because anybody who is listening to these facts would at least consider watching the movie, which is your conclusion that I want you to go and watch the movie, right? So anything that you require to convince the reader to come to a conclusion is basically the premise. So by definition, premise and conclusion are part of the passage. They are given in the passage. Okay, you can read a passage and you can pinpoint whether a particular sentence or a statement is a statement of fact or a statement of premise or a statement of conclusion. Okay, now typically one paragraph will have only one conclusion and rest of the details, the additional details, are generally the premise. Now, what is not mentioned in the passage but is generally the backbone of that argument is assumption, which is hidden. Now, what is assumption? Assumption is something that you assumed, something that the writer assumed that reader already knows, right? So, for example, continuing the example that I was giving earlier, if I tell you that this particular movie has a very high IMDb rating, it's a fact. Therefore, you should go and watch the movie. That's the conclusion. What is the assumption here? The assumption here is any movie which has high IMDb rating is worth watching, right? Now, I did not explicitly mention that while discussing or while convincing you, right? I assume that you already know what is IMDb, what are IMDb ratings, and what is the importance of it, right? So there are things that authors or writers assume that the reader already knows, right? Now that is the problem generally, that if the assumption is incorrect, the whole passage goes for a toss. Okay, so if I just go and say that why don't you go and watch the movie Dhurandhar because it has Ranveer Singh in it. So if I just say it has Ranveer Singh in it, it's a very bad assumption, right? Because just because a movie has Ranveer Singh in it doesn't mean anybody would go and watch it, right? Unless you are a die-hard fan, right? So basically, the assumption itself was wrong. I assume you are a fan, and then I said, okay, just because it has Ranveer Singh, go and watch it. But then I can continue that argument, and any movie that he releases, I would convince you to go and watch, which is wrong, right? So unless there are good assumptions, the paragraph or the argument doesn't really work or doesn't resonate well with the readers. Okay. Now, when it comes to CSAT, okay, these are the passages that are taken from renowned journals, renowned publications, newspapers, articles, right? So typically the authors or the writers of those articles are highly educated, expert in their domains, a kind of a people who write such paragraphs. So you would generally feel that the assumptions that they make are very strong, right? And that is one of the most asked type of questions in CSAT, that what do you think is the assumption in the given passage? Okay, so if you really ask me between premise, assumption, and conclusion, the premise are basically the facts given in the passage to convince the reader about one particular conclusion, which is what author wanted to convey, that one message, that one conclusion for which author was compelled to write that paragraph. And the one that joins the two, which is basically the backbone of that argument, is the assumption. Okay, so let's look at one part each now. What is a conclusion? So conclusion is something, now again, conclusion can be positive, it could be a judgment or an opinion, right? So if I basically say, okay, if I say Rishi is a mentor, right? It's a plain statement of fact, because what is a fact you can go and verify. Whatever you can go and verify is a fact. So Rishi is a mentor is a fact. Rishi is a good mentor. Now that becomes the opinion, because I added that good. Now I might be good for some, I might be bad for others, I might be best for some, right? So the opinion differs, right? But the fact remains the same, that Rishi is a mentor. So what I want you to understand is understand how to differentiate between a fact and an opinion, because the statements of facts are generally the premise, the additional details, something that typically is not what author wanted to really convey. But any opinion statement or any judgment statement in the paragraph is something that author wanted to convey, and that basically is the conclusion, or sometimes we get in the CSAT crux of the passage kind of questions, right? So whatever is given in the passage based on the facts, evidence, observation, whatever is given in the passage, what is it that one thing that you conclude, or what is one opinion that you take out of it, is basically the conclusion. Okay, so they must be logically derived from the given statements. Okay, so whatever is given in the passage and whatever they are leading to has to have a very strong linkage, which is basically the strong assumption. Okay, so for example, I have an exam tomorrow that I have been preparing for a long time, but I don't have any pen to write the exam, right? So think of it as a scenario. And what is the conclusion that you can draw? Something which is 100% going to happen, or 100% true based on the passage, that we can conclude that I will either buy or borrow a pen before the exam. Correct. So we concluded that we definitely know that this is what is going to happen. So that is what is generally a conclusion. Okay. Then sometimes the question is asked, so what is the difference between conclusion and an inference? Now, typically what happens is inference is not necessarily the conclusion of the author. Okay? Inference can basically be what is it that you as a reader inferred. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let me give you the clear picture here. The conclusion is always from the author's point of view, what he wanted to convey. It's given in the passage, right? Inference is what you understood from that passage. Now, not necessarily you will understand the same thing that author wanted to say, right? You read a particular line, and suppose you go into your own thoughts, right? It strike back some memory, and you basically are just stuck on that one or two lines of the passage, right? That happens when you read a book. Sometimes you read something and your mind takes you somewhere else because of the context given in that paragraph, right? But did author wanted you to kind of go into your memories and think of something else? Perhaps not. Author wanted to convey his point. So what author wanted to convey is conclusion. What you as a reader understood is the inference. So that is the basic difference, right? Now, when you have very good writers, their conclusion and your inference are always overlapping. That is the definition of a good author or a good writer, right? However, if what author wanted to convey something and you inferred something else, then I can say it's a very bad piece of writing, because what author wanted to convey did not really get conveyed. Okay, the major application of this is in advertising, right? You watch some really nice ads, right? Something that really convey the message. Now that is something that you can take as a baseline, that what the advertiser wanted to tell you and what you as a viewer understood from it, right? Now typically when you have a very high overlap, right, then you can say, oh, that ad did better, or the company really performs better in that particular segment, right? So typically what author wanted to convey is conclusion, what you as a reader understood is inference. Now you as a reader can pick up any part of the passage and derive your own inference. So inferences doesn't have to be based on the complete passage. You can just take a part of the passage and you can derive your own inference based on that. Okay, so what if I give you some examples? Suppose if there is a stray dog who is running towards you with his teeth out, okay, growling and barking. And so imagine a scenario: the dog is really speeding towards you, is growling, the mouth is wide open, you can clearly see all the teeth of that dog, right? And the mouth is open and is running very fast towards you. What is it that you would infer is going to happen, right? You cannot go into the mind of the dog and understand what the dog is thinking, but based on that situation, based on your own understanding of what generally happens in these kind of situations, maybe you have seen something like happen, something like this happen before, either with you or you might have watched some videos, right? Something, some memory gets strike in your mind, and what is it that you infer? You would infer that the dog is going to attack you, right? Now, do you really know if the dog is going to attack you or not, right? Because you don't know what the dog is thinking, right? But you inferred based on the situation. So in this case, based on the passage plus your own understanding of the worldview, or your own understanding, your own knowledge from the real world, you combine the both, and that's your inference. So conclusion is typically strictly based on the passage, what is given in the passage, and is confined to the scope of the passage. The inference, on the other hand, is you take some part of the passage, add your own understanding of the world or your own notion of the world so far, combine the two, and you get the inference. So inference is not necessarily given in the passage. Conclusion is definitely given in the passage. Okay, so what is the difference between conclusion and inference? Difference number one: conclusion is from the author's point of view, the inference is from the reader's point of view. Number two, conclusion is always given in the passage. Inference is what is given in the passage plus your own understanding of the world. Combine the two and you get the inference. So these are the two major differences that you have to understand between a conclusion and an inference, because when I am going to solve more than 100 questions just after this, you would realize that there are many times you can basically just eliminate some wrong answer option just by understanding these differences. Okay, so I'll share this PDF. There is a lot of content that is available, so if you really want to have a look at or you want to read through this, I can share this PDF in the description. But all in all, the concept remains the same. Whatever that I am explaining is basically the crux of the theory here. Okay, if I have to leave you with one example to better understand conclusion versus inference, so let's look at this. So this is a set of sentences, or let's say a small passage. It says India has fought many wars with Pakistan and China. There are frequent skirmishes and tension even now on India's northern borders. The exact border line is often challenged by the parties involved. Lack of properly demarcated border is also an issue with Bangladesh. Okay, very easy to understand kind of a passage. We can also understand the context, right? So what is the conclusion? Conclusion, purely based on this passage and only this passage, is relations between India, Pakistan and India, China are probably not good. Why? Because we have fought many wars. Or India, Pakistan and India, China are enemies, at least on the military front, because we have fought wars. So here we have a very specific true to the passage or 100% true based on the passage kind of a conclusion. We are not going beyond the scope of the passage. However, what would be the inference? So I look at what is given in the passage, plus I add my own understanding, and inference becomes unclear borders may lead to unhealthy relationship with neighbors. So this is a little generic in nature versus The conclusion is specific to what is given in the passage. This is basically generic because I am also adding my general view of the world with what is very specific given in the passage. If I combine the two, I come up with a generic inference. So that is the difference between a conclusion and an inference. It's specific in case of conclusion. It's a little too generic in terms of when it comes to inference. Okay. Now let's look at assumptions. Assumptions, as I said, are something which is hidden, not given in the passage. Okay. So assumptions are something what we already learned, what we already know, author already understood that you know, right? And did not feel a need to explicitly mention that. Our experience and do not question. They may be a part of beliefs and we may interpret everything else, assuming our beliefs to be true. So they are kind of a prism through which we see the world around us. Same is true for an author who writes a RC passage. Okay, so author assumed that the way he looks at the world, you also look at the world the same way. So author did not feel a need to kind of first explain his worldview and then go on to write a passage. No, author simply wrote the passage assuming that you already know what author knows and both of you have the same belief system. So you see the world in a similar fashion. Suppose a lefty person will try to find economic causes for all the problems in the world, while a religious person may assume that everything happens due to the will of the God. Right? Now, here, this is an assumption, right? Based on what I know, what you know, or what we all know, right? Now, this is the assumption that I am making. For example, that a lefted person will try to find economic causes for all the problems in the world. Now, you and me, we can agree to it because we may share the same belief or we share the same belief system. But if there is a passage or if I have to refute this assumption, I just have to find one leftist person who is trying to find reasons beyond economic causes. Right? So I can refute that assumption because it's my assumption. It's based on my belief system. I can be wrong. Right? You can come up with your own set of data and facts to counter the argument or counter the assumption, because assumption is the backbone of the argument, and that is typically how debates are formed, right? You understand what the opposite party is saying, or especially when it comes to the profession of law, right? It's always the lawyers are always trying to give counter arguments to their opposing counsel, right? So you always try to find what is that one assumption that the opposite person is making, and can I simply just go and refute that assumption? Now, how do I refute? I bring up new evidence, I bring up new studies, bring up new data, and I will refute that assumption. So assumption is something that is really the backbone of an argument, something that you assumed, something that you felt that your belief system is same as the belief system of your reader, and you just went on to write your passage keeping that consideration in mind, right? So for example, if you see anyone sad, you can infer that the person must be having problems in his life. You have inferred it using your observation by seeing the gloom on his face. However, if you think that he must be sad, not sad, because of financial issues or relationship issues, then this is your assumption. Okay, so if you look at someone sad, right, what you infer is something is going on in his life, right? But to say that he is sad due to the problems in his family, right, now that's your assumption, because the person never said why he is sad about. You assumed he is sad about his family. Okay, so he has a problem in life, inference. He has a family problem in life is your assumption, right? Now, how I can refute that assumption? I can simply say, no, it's not a family problem, it's a financial problem. So your assumption goes for a toss, right? So what you assume basically is very important in daily lives also, or as when you become an officer, it's really important what you are assuming in order to arrive at particular conclusion or particular decision, right? And perhaps that's the, I don't know, maybe that is one of the reasons why they have added, or rather within English comprehension most of the questions are around assumptions, because they really want you to kind of question, or rather analyze what are the assumptions and what could be the problems with it. All right, then basically is critical message or the crux of the passage. So some questions, not many, but some questions in CSAT in English comprehension are about which of the following is the critical message conveyed by the author. So this is something that you can understand is very similar to how we solve the conclusion question. Conclusion is something that author wanted to arrive at. Crux of the passage is that one message, that one sentence in the passage, or it could be indirect, okay, not explicitly stated also. One thing that author wanted, that compelled author to write that paragraph, okay, something that was so dear to his belief system, something that that he really believed, that he wanted to spread that knowledge, or he wanted to express his feeling, right? Whatever that one thing that compelled him to write that paragraph, right? That is the crux of the passage or the critical message conveyed by the author. So we'll solve few questions in next few minutes, and you will see how do we really identify the critical message or the crux of the passage. Okay. Now let's basically deep dive into how the examiners set the questions, right? So what typically happens is, and imagine, right, if I ask you, and if I ask you, why don't you create a question in English comprehension for CSAT, right? How would you do it, right? So first of all, you will take a paragraph. Okay, now you can take any paragraph in the world. So it's not really in our capacity to know which paragraphs are being asked. So it's really out of question for us, right? You pick any random paragraph. Then what you do, you create a question based on that paragraph. Now the question can be anything. It could be what is the assumption, critical message, conclusion, crux of the passage. It doesn't really matter. Okay, not that relevant when it comes to the skill of solving. Then he will create a correct answer. Absolutely right. I have read the passage, I have understood, I have created a question. So the first thing I would do is, what is the right answer? Now that is something what I call is art of reading, right? Once you read the passage properly, you would be able to understand what is the correct answer, right? Now that correct answer has to be 100% true based on the passage, right? Then is the toughest task. How do you create the incorrect answers, right? This is where I say that the real skill of solving comes into picture. So imagine this is the spectrum, okay, of what is true and what is false based on the passage. So whatever is the correct answer has to be here. Whatever is the correct answer has to be right at 100% true end of this spectrum. This is 100% false, right? So whatever is the answer or the correct answer, right, has to be 100% true based on the passage. Now all of this, any option at any of these is basically the incorrect. Now so you will have three kinds of option. One which is 100% true based on the passage, that is your answer. One is 100% false based on the passage. Again, that is very easy to understand, because if the option says exactly opposite of what is given in the passage, you know it's not an answer, right? So this is typically something that you will not get, because then it would be very easy to identify what is not an answer or what is an incorrect answer. If I blatantly take a line from the paragraph, right, and write exactly the opposite of it, you know it's wrong, right? It's not given in the passage, or it's exactly opposite of what is given in the passage. So 100% false is another. The real problem occurs when an answer option is somewhere in the middle. Something which is partially true. Okay, but what you need to understand is, if something is partially true, same thing is partially false, and something which is partially false is completely false. Because my answer has to be 100% true based on the passage. There has to be no scope for misinterpretation. So whatever are the uncertain options which are partially true are also partially false. So therefore completely false. So incorrect answer. Now what happens is, we tend to get confused when the options are partially true. Right? So how these options are created, and this is where the examiners typically use a framework called BANE. BANE. Broad, alien, narrow, extreme. Okay. Now what is broad? Broad is basically, if the scope of the passage was specific, you make it generalized. Right. So for example, there is a passage that talks about, let's say, pollution problem in New Delhi. Okay. So the passage is kind of talking about that and what can be done and what are the causes and everything. And then there is one option that says, in India, the pollution problem has increased for the last 10 years, something on the lines. Now, what you have done, or what examiner has done, is he has taken the pollution as the topic, but instead of talking about New Delhi, now the option is talking about India. Right? So you have broadened the scope of the passage. The passage was specific to Delhi. The option is talking about India. So you have made it broad. So it's an incorrect answer because it's uncertain, partially true, so partially false, so completely false. Right? Then you have alien. The passage talks about pollution problem in Delhi, okay, or in particular, let's say air pollution in Delhi. The option talks about noise pollution in Delhi. Right? So author is talking about air pollution, option is talking about noise pollution. Right? So again, alien, not is not given in the passage, absolutely not in the scope of the passage kind of a option. Right? Then narrow. Now narrow is exactly opposite of broad. So if the passage was talking about air pollution in New Delhi, right, the narrow answer option talks about, let's say, pollution problem or air pollution problem in just one part of Delhi. Okay. So what happens is, now the passage talks about Delhi, you are just talking about one area. Right. So then that is how you narrow the scope of the passage. And then there is extreme. Right? Extreme are the easiest options to eliminate, because any answer option which has words like only, after, always, best, worst, any extreme words are typically not an answer. Because what happens is, in CSAT, the English comprehension passages are taken from, as I said, renowned articles, renowned authors or renowned writers have written it, who are really subject matter expert of their own domains, right? So not these renowned authors typically don't use extreme words in their passages. The tone is very soft, some neutral, okay, and true to the point of what they really wanted to convey. They just stick to that, right? But options can have some extremities, and that therefore they make it incorrect. So for example, if I continue the same example of air pollution in Delhi, and the option says the air pollution in Delhi is worst in the world, right? So the moment you see the word worst, right, you know it is something that author did not really wanted to convey. It's an extreme word, an extreme option, right? So worst, best, always, never, only, these kind of words would give you away that the answer option is a little extreme. So it's uncertain, partially true, which means partially false or completely false. So this is something what I want you to understand as you see me solve the questions in next few minutes, that at the back of your mind, always assume or always consider that if you are reading an answer option, whether it is broad, alien, narrow, or extreme, right? If you can find any one flaw out of that in the answer option, you know it's not your answer. You can safely move on to the next option, right? So this is something that I want you to take away as far as the concepts are concerned, right? Now let's move on to solving the questions. By the way, most of the questions that I have taken in this video are based on environment, policy making, national policies, little bit of science and tech, some philosophy. It's a fair mix of the questions. So I have analyzed last 5 years of CSAT question papers. Time and again, they have been asking more and more national policy based or environment based questions. So what I have done is the passages that I have chosen are also on the same lines. On the other hand, the type of questions that UPSC has been asking are more on the side like which of the following is crux of the passage, assumption made in the passage, or as simple as what is the pragmatic rational approach that should be taken in a situation. So all these questions also are on the similar lines so that we get a holistic preparation for the CSAT. Okay, so let us try and solve the first question. It says, it is said women hold up half the sky, yet barely 19% of Indian women of working age participated in the labor force in 21. So on one hand, author is saying that women hold half the sky, basically means 50%. However, only 19% of them are in the working age population. The question which must haunt India and its policymakers is, can a nation harness its potential when women stay out of the labor force? So this is where author is bringing you the question. This is where the direction in which author is taking the discussion. So author is basically concerned that how can an India or a nation like India grow if our women are not participating in the workforce? So I can expect that the next few lines would be dedicated to either elaborate this problem, and maybe author will also provide a solution. So let's see what author is doing. The history of economic development is explicit about necessary and sufficient conditions for prosperity. No large economy has attained its level without the participation of women in the workforce. Female labor force participation rate in G7 countries range between 42 and 61%. India trail all its peers among the BRICS nation on female workforce participation rate. So author is not only giving you what is the India percentages, but author is also trying to tell you that look at the countries similar to India and look at their percentages. And basically author is trying to prove that other countries are doing better. There is much lather about political empowerment of women, one facet being reservation of seats in parliament. Whether that alone will change the strange hold of circumstance is an open question. Okay. Now here is the thing. A lot of passages that I have seen in CSAT would be of two kinds. Kind one is whether author is just discussing the problem. So there is a problem that author feel that India is facing, and author will elaborate on that problem. Then second kind of passages is author not only elaborates a problem but also provides a probable solution. Okay. So generally we are looking for only two things. Is author only discussing problem, or is author discussing problem as well as solution? Now if you see paragraph 1, author was discussing the problem. He only mentioned that workforce participation of women is low. However, he did not mention how to improve it. Even second paragraph, okay, author is simply giving you numbers and comparison with other countries, but no apparent solution here. Statement paragraph 3 talks about solution which is already implemented. So this is not author's solution. This is the solution which is already implemented, and author says even that is not working. What solution is author talking about? Reservation of seats in parliament. And author says is an open question. It's a question mark whether that will really improve or not. India has just had one woman PM, and the current Lok Sabha has just over 75 women MPs. There is no disputing that social and economic conditions are a contributory factor. Clearly, the run-of-the-mill policies are not enough. By the way, run-of-the-mill policies is basically run-of-the-mill is basically saying that something that you do as a reactive measure. It's like so think of your health. You eat good food to have a better health. Okay, so that's like prevention. But in case if your health deteriorates, you take medicine. That's cure. So one is prevention in order to avoid getting bad health, and then in case you get bad health, you take medicines, which again you are doing to react to the bad health condition that you have. So author is saying run of the mill policies, meaning you're not run of the mill is basically cure. The damage is done. Now what is it that you are doing? So it's a reactive measure. Prevention is a proactive measure, and barely surviving and just reacting to the situation, or run of the mill measures are basically reactive in measure. So author is saying these are all reactive measures. These are not enough, and there is a need to install affirmative intervention. So now author is saying cure is not enough. Let's also think of prevention. There is merit in the argument that economic empowerment enables and propels political empowerment. Now, in all of this, as you have seen, author has not discussed any solution. Author has only discussed what is the problem. So, which of the following is essentially implied in the above passage? Let's look at it. Reservation of seats in Indian Parliament for women is needed for their economic empowerment. Actually, author is saying opposite. Author saying reservation of seats in Parliament, he is not sure whether it is useful or not, let alone leading it to empowerment. So A is not the answer. B. India has the lowest levels of female workforce participation rate in South Asia. South Asia. Now you understand the moment he said lowest, the option says lowest. That means it is last. Now author is not saying India is last. Author is saying India is lower in ranking than other. So whenever you have extreme words, only, always, best, worst, lowest, highest, these extreme words, generally they are not the answer, because the option is talking about what is given in the passage in an extreme manner. Now author may not be talking in that extreme manner, but this option is talking about in extreme manner. So again, the moment it says lowest, this is not the answer. C. Participation of women in the workforce is a necessary condition for prosperity. I guess this is what author would agree with. This is what he said in last line also, that if you need economic empowerment, if you need political empowerment, you need economic empowerment. And how do you get economic empowerment? You get women empowerment. So this makes sense. So let's keep it aside. India is expected to continue to have the largest number of women in working age population. Again, largest. Do we know it is largest? Do we know how other countries are performing when it comes to how much is the population of women? So we don't know that. Clear? So this is how you solve the reading comprehension passages. I hope this is helpful to you. Let me know in the comments if you feel this is fine, and do like the video and share it with your friends. Okay, next, pause the video, give it a try. Okay, globalization of culture. Globalization of culture contributes to the exchange of cultural values of different countries and the convergence of traditions. Cultural globalization characterizes the convergence of business and consumer culture between the different countries of the world and growth of the international communication. On one hand, this leads to the promotion of individual national cultures around the world. On the other hand, the popular international cultural phenomena may displace national or turn them into international. So author is author is not taking any stance. Author is talking about both the things. What is the globalization of culture advantage as well as disadvantage? He says on one hand, this leads to promotion of individual nation culture. So I can export my culture to other countries. So it's beneficial for me as a country. However, at the same time, other countries' culture will come into my country. In that case, my own culture might be replaced by the international culture. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, is what author is saying. You may have advantage, you may also have a disadvantage. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. So let me erase this. Cultural globalization can act as a double-edged sword for national culture. This is what I just said. Double-edged sword is basically, so the edge is on both sides. If the sword is going to attack the enemy, which is on that side, but the sword can also attack yourself because the edge is on this side as well. So it's a double-edged sword. So this is definitely what author is saying. Two, considering the diverse impact of cultural globalization, it is important to keep a check on mediums of exchange. See, author is not discussing any solution as to how you should manage cultural globalization. You need to understand, in this whole paragraph, author is only concerned about effects of globalization of culture, positive as well as negative effects. But did author say how to mitigate the negative effects or how to improve the positive effects? No, author is only telling you what is it that can happen if globalization of culture happens, right? Two, on the other hand, talks about what is the solution. How do you kind of improve the impact of globalization of culture, which by the way is not discussed in passage. Author has not discussed any solution as to how you should improve it. So in that case, I will mark one only as the answer. Many other government expenditures for the benefit of the privileged classes have escaped the purview of current debate. We are focusing only on expenditure that is either a subsidy going to the rich or is a wasteful. So basically, author says government expenditures are benefiting the privileged classes and they are escaping the purview of current debate. That means nobody is talking about it. So government's expenditure is benefiting the privileged class and nobody is talking about it. We are focusing only on expenditure that is either a subsidy going to the rich or is wasteful. For example, giving land to industries at a highly subsidized rate, writing off loans worth crores of rupees to industrialists, continuous rise in government expenditure on self-promotion, and huge sums spent on so-called development projects or beautification projects. Several tax exemptions and tax holidays too add to the problem of dwindling fiscal health. So author is basically critical of the government and how they are benefiting the already privileged class. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. Okay. Providing any freebie to marginalized section is the responsibility of the government. I see nothing about marginalized sections is mentioned in the paragraph. Author is saying that how government is benefiting the privileged class. That doesn't mean that author also means that government is not benefiting the marginalized class. That is not discussed anywhere. So I cannot conclude that which is not given in the passage. Two, providing any freebie to the rich is not the responsibility of the district administration. I don't know whether it is not the responsibility or is the responsibility. Author is simply saying that government is providing subsidies to rich people. Now, is it a good thing, bad thing? Is it the responsibility of government? Author is not commenting on that. Assuming it is the responsibility of the government, author is simply saying that nobody is taking a look at it. Nobody is basically asking questions as to why you are providing subsidies of such a huge amount. So, in a way, think of it like this. Providing subsidies is good. Providing, let's say, 100 rupee worth subsidy is good. But providing 1000 rupee worth subsidy may be bad. But that doesn't mean that providing subsidy itself is bad. Okay. So, the quantum in which you are providing can be debatable. Author says that is not debatable. So author is not against the subsidy per se, author is against the amount that is spent on that and how it is benefiting the rich. So again, I cannot say that author is against the, or author is basically saying that it is the responsibility or not the responsibility of the government. So I don't think, I don't think any of the statements can be inferred. Okay. Let's go to next. Okay. Given that cities are concentrated centers of population and economic activities, any impact and disruption, whether natural or human induced, has the potential to affect vast numbers of people. So author is saying cities are hubs where human density or population density is high. Anything that goes wrong there might affect the huge number of people. The expected impact of climate change poses a massive challenge to cities. These impacts will vary from city to city as well as within the city. For instance, coastal cities are vulnerable to rising sea levels, to more intense precipitation that increases the likelihood of flooding in low-lying areas, and landslides on steep slopes, and to extended heat waves that threaten cities to unaccustomed to very hot summers. So basically, author is saying any type of a season and at any geography in which that city resides might face problem. So a city like Mumbai might face the problem of rising sea levels. A city like let's say Hyderabad might see the extended heat waves, and then a city maybe in Uttarakhand may be accustomed to landslides. So think of it like this. So author is basically, no matter where is the geography, a geographical condition there which is affected by climate change might result in a let's say damage to the population in that city. In every city, the poorest populations are the most vulnerable because they have the least adaptive capacity and often occupy areas that are most exposed to hazards. Building resilience and adapting to climate change are therefore a high priority for cities. Yet, city managers and practitioners serving the urban poor often point out that the multiple competing priorities are challenging enough. Paying attention to uncertain future climate impacts is thus seen as a lower priority. So, author is saying that even if the city managers is the word he used. So think of it like municipal corporation or some government body which is responsible to maintain the livelihood in the city. Author is saying they are not taking this as a priority. What climate change and the impact it may have on the population. And the reason why they are not doing it is basically they are saying there are competing priorities. So think of it like this. So there is a city uh, which is suffering from, let's say, bad roads. Okay, and at the same time, the city also has let's say problem of heat waves. Now, what do you think city managers will focus on? Will they focus on bad roads or will they focus on heat waves? Now, according to author, the city managers will focus on bad roads. Why? Because that is a priority for them and there is an immediate impact. So you improve the roads, public is immediately happy. Versus if you do something for heat waves, which is not affecting today, but which might affect 5 years later, city managers are like, why should I worry about 5 years later when I have an issue which has to be dealt now? So that's what author is saying, that the climate change and its impact is quite lower in the priority for the city administration. With reference to the passage suggests why climate change can be hazardous for cities. They are concentrated centers of population, that's what he has discussed, true. They are centers of economic activity, this is also what the author has discussed. So I guess 1 and 2 is fine. Okay. Give this one a try. Okay. So scholars of education have traditionally made a distinction between achievement tests and proficiency tests. The former focus on what has been taught according to prescribed syllabus. Former means achievement test. Achievement test focus on what has been taught according to prescribed syllabus. While the latter is proficiency test, focus on what has actually been acquired in the domain of knowledge through classroom transaction. Okay. So first checks how much has been taught as per the syllabus. The second talks about how much the student has actually gained. The achievement test scores normally indicate the extent to which the learner has mastered the prescribed textbooks. Even after she has passed the class 12 examination with distinction, a student may not be equipped to critically examine the claims made by a scholar, propose alternative hypothesis, and initiate a new line of rational inquiry. So basically, author is saying that we pretty well test the we are very good at achievement tests. We are very bad at proficiency tests. Has author given you any solution as to how this can be improved? No. So author is only discussing problem here. Which one of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational, and practical suggestion implied by the passage given above? So now author is asking, our question setter is asking, what can be the solution for the above situation? Sorry. So it says it is not possible to focus on proficiency test because of the subjectivity involved therein. This is not a suggestion. This is not a suggestion. This is simply saying that subjective testing is not possible. It's not solution. B. Critical thinking and not rational inquiry makes a student more intelligent. Again, this is not a suggestion. Okay. The knowledge acquired through prescribed textbook is not enough to, again, this is not a solution. We need some suggestion as to how you can improve it. So we need some action that someone can take to improve the situation. None of these are talking about any actions to be done. It only is commenting on how big or small the problem is. That's it. So definitely D should be answer, but let's check the criteria for academic outcome must be knowledge and critical thinking rather than good grade. So now here there is at least some action. Change your criteria. Change your criteria to check the outcome must be knowledge and critical thinking and not good grades. So change your criteria of assessing students only on good grades. Check their critical thinking skill as well. So this is a suggestion which makes sense. So D Delhi. Clear? Okay. Give this one a try. Plants could be selectively bred for certain qualities. In 1866, Gregor Mendel's studies in heredity were published in Austria. In experiments with pea plants, Mendel learned how traits were passed from one generation to the next. His work paved the way for improving crops through genetics. New crop rotation methods also evolved during this time. Many of these were adopted over the next century or so throughout Europe. For example, the Norfolk four-field system, developed in England, proved quite successful. It involved the yearly rotation of several crops, including wheat, turnips, barley, clover, and ryegrass. This added nutrients to the soil, enabling farmers to grow enough to sell some of their harvest without having to leave any land unplanted. Most of the world was not affected by these developments, however. Farmers in Asia, Australia, Africa, and South America continued to use old ways of agriculture. So we are discussing new way of agriculture that was developed versus and how it improved the soil nutrition. But other continents or other countries continued to do the old way. With reference to the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. So we have three statements. Let's look at this statement one. The Europeans introduced plants such as potatoes, tomatoes, corn, and tobacco in Asia. I'm not really sure that we can include, we can assume this in Asia. No, it's not in Asia. No, this is not discussed. By channeling water from streams into their fields, the farmers were able to increase the food grain production in Europe. Again, I'm not really sure. We are basically saying that how the rotation method improved the soil nutrition and thereby the yield. It's not how water was used, or water management is not the key. The key is crop rotation. New agricultural methods have helped increase the soil fertility and production. So this makes sense. So I will mark C3 only. This is what new agricultural method is, basically crop rotation method, and it has improved the soil fertility, that is given here. Where was that? This added nutrients to the soil, meaning soil fertility has been improved. So three only is the answer. Give it a try. It has often been said that art is the reflection of society. This is what someone, a famous French philosopher, let me call him YM. So YM, a French philosopher, was able to defend. Artists are not isolated creators. Their work is the result of their relationship with the outside world. Often commenting on politics, power, or wealth, artists may or may not dialogue with human concerns, which are themselves strongly conditioned by the culture in which we live. Non-Western works, too, such as African or Oceanian masks and totems, derive from this pattern. In the recent decades, the connections between art and society have become more obvious. For example, photography and video began to capture reality, documenting it, staging it, and sometimes denouncing it. Pop art artists have seized on our symbols, and the new generation of artists uses their visibility to denounce, invective, or educate the public. I'm not really sure about what this word means, but denounce or educate the public, we can still understand. Which one of the following best reflects the crux of the passage? So we need something which basically is, you say, that one statement which will convey the overall idea of the passage. Okay. Non-Western societies should learn how to make the best use of art in understanding societies. No. We are not discussing how the non-Western societies should improve. Author is only using non-Western societies as one of the example, is as how are they doing it versus how the Western, this guy YM, a famous French philosopher, is doing it. So it's okay. Societies must invest in promotion of arts for the propagation of their cultures. I don't think investment in art is the crux of the passage. The crux of the passage is something that how art has evolved and how artists have evolved over the period of time. So earlier it says their work was a result of their relationship with outside world. Nowadays they have, in the recent decades, the connection between art and society have become more obvious. So we are discussing how it was earlier and how it is now evolving and has evolved till now. So I don't think B Bombay is the answer either. Artists should always keep away the bias of their own culture to understand the society. No. Author, see, when you say artist should do something, that means what? Author is trying to, let's say, suggest artists to do something. I don't think author is doing that. Author is not teaching artists as to how they should perform their arts. That is not the crux of the passage. D. Just as a society grows, art evolves with time to reflect the realities of society. This makes sense. This is what the evolution of art that the author has discussed. Okay. Next. Education is a journey which gives the art of living, not just the livelihood, which gives the art of living, not just the livelihood. Livelihood means survival. Art of the living, you can say, let's say, a better standard of living. Let's just use that way here. It makes us learn how to nurture our life and be more creative. Education makes us understand our conflicts. Thus, education is not merely learning facts, but it is training our minds to think. Education system must provide opportunities to every individual to learn through experience and should help to develop critical thinking and problem solving skills. So here is a passage where author has discussed a problem here, and then author has discussed a solution here. So this is a problem plus solution kind of a passage. However, in India, the education system has evolved in a completely different manner. Instead of focusing on critical thinking, expressing new ideas, and debating and writing critically on any issue, our students are forced to learn through the rote route. Basically, author is saying this education, how should an education system be? And then an author says that India has gone in a completely different manner. Which of the following is or are the most rational and logical? This is an inference question now. Again, inferences are something which are not directly given in the passage. Inferences are something that is what you understood based on what is given in the passage. So it is not what author has said, it is more about what I as a reader has understood. Indians cannot think critically and be creative. We cannot say that just because Indian education system has unable to prove that or unable to test your knowledge on critical thinking skill doesn't mean that people are not critical thinker. So that's too extreme inference. So not an answer. One way to improve the outcome of education is to include learning by experience and reduce rote learning. I guess this is what author would also agree with. Author says that we have gone on a completely different route, which is of rote learning. So definitely I can infer that author doesn't want rote learning to be there. So reduce rote learning, yes. And include learning by experiences. This is what he has made here when he said the solution to learn through experiences. So this makes sense. So B Bombay only 2. Clear? Next. Ghalib's poem was composed against the backdrop of the decline of the Mughal Empire. His home territory, the Indo-Gangetic Plain, once ruled by a single monarch, was now split between contending chiefdoms and armies. Brother was fighting brother, unity and federation were being undermined. But even as he wrote, a new power was asserting its influence across the land in the form of the British, who were steadily acquiring control of the greater part of the subcontinent. Then, in 1857, large sections of the native population rose up in what the colonists called the Sepoy Mutiny, and Indian nationalists later referred to as the First War of Indian Independence. Some of the bloodiest fighting was in Ghalib's hometown Delhi, still nominally the capital of the Mughals and in time to become the capital of British Raj as well. His own sympathies were divided. He was the recipient of a stipend from the new rulers, yet a product of Mughal culture and refinement. So he was receiving stipend from the new rulers, which I think author means Britishers, yet a product of Mughal culture. So he was still thinking, writing about Mughals, but he was getting paid by the Britishers. That's what I understood, but let's see. He saw more clearly than the British colonial did then or the Indian nationalist does now, that it was impossible here to separate right from wrong, that horrible atrocities were being committed by both sides. Marooned in his home, he wrote a melancholy account of how Hindustan has become the area of mighty whirlwind and the blazing fire. To what new order can the Indian look with joy? He asked. Basically, he was not happy with what was going on. There was nothing right, there was nothing wrong. Nobody was completely right, nobody was completely wrong. That kind of a situation. So complete chaos around him, and he was sad about it. So when he says melancholy account, melancholy is basically a state of sadness. Okay. Which of the following best implies the crux of the passage? Ghalib foresaw the rise of British in India. Can I say that that is the crux of the passage? I don't think so. If that was the crux of the passage would talk more about Ghalib and more about Britishers and the connection between them. But author has not talked about a lot about Britishers and their connection with Ghalib. There are two separate entities. Author is basically saying that India was facing a turbulent time. A lot of powers were emerging, and Ghalib was not happy with what was going on around him. That's it. That doesn't mean that he foresaw what the future might hold. He actually says, to what new order can India look with joy? That means even he doesn't know what the future holds for us. So, no. Weak central authority gave British the scope of expansion. I'm not really sure, but let me keep this aside. Widespread looting was witnessed in Delhi during the mutiny of 1857. No, this is not the crux of the passage. This is basically a statement of fact. Okay, this is not the summary of the passage. So I don't think this can be the crux. Indian nationalists are not clear in their vision. Again, I don't think this is the crux of the passage. I'm not really sure. Weak central authority gave British the scope of expansion. Could be true because that's what author has discussed, that how it was ruled by a single monarch, and then a new foreign power was asserting its influence, and then the mutiny, which is against the Britisher, then capital of British Raj, everywhere British colonist. So basically, he is more talking about how Britishers came to power and how they faced the rebellion and all. So I guess B Bombay makes sense for me. Okay. Give this one a try. All right. So it says a healthy mind forms the nucleus of a harmonious community. Yoga can not only help us improve our mental health, but also help us become karma yogis. A community of karma yogis is one where every member performs his or her duty while maintaining equanimity under all circumstances. Equanimity means uh, a stable state of mind. You are not too happy, not too sad, not too angry. Stable state of mind. Yoga can also spark creativity, which can in turn enhance one's self esteem, belief in oneself, and improve focus. A community of karma yogis could therefore help the world become a more peaceful place. In a sense, therefore, yoga has the potential to spark a revolution that lifts us out of our miseries. Okay, easy to read kind of a passage. What does the author mean by a community of karma yogis? So, what does he mean by that? When all members maintain a calm and composed attitude even under stressful situation. I guess this is what karma yogis mean. So I don't know. Could be the answer. Let me read the rest. People living in harmony with nature in order to ensure a sustainable lifestyle. Harmony with nature. I don't think so. A group of people maintaining the integrity at workplace. Not only at workplace. Author is not talking only at workplace. Author is saying anywhere and everywhere in life, at workplace, at home, everywhere. Author is not talking only about workplace. So, no. A community of people upholding rule of law. Rule of law. I don't think so. I guess A is a better option. Okay. So, all of these options had something that was not discussed in the passage. So, we cannot mark that answer. A makes sense. Give this one a try. Biotechnology has brought advances in animal husbandry, ranching, or raising of domestic animals. Today's farm animals are larger and grow faster than their ancestors. Cattle, for example, are grazing animals. Their digestive systems has evolved to process grasses and other crops. Corn and other grains cause a cow's digestive system to become acidic. That makes it easier for dangerous bacteria such as E. coli to develop. Bacterial infections can be harmful to the cow and can also infect the milk and meat consumed by people. So basically, author is saying how the transmission of bacteria can happen from animal to humans. Antibiotics are spliced into the DNA of feed corn to prevent such infection. Antibiotics have been used since 1950s to stimulate cattle growth. Over time, this practice has led to development of antibiotic resistant bacteria in cattle and people. Many cattle are also given anabolic steroids or growth hormones to make them get bigger and faster. So author is saying even antibiotics are not working because the bacteria have now become resistant to the antibiotics. And then the author says they are also being fed the steroids and all. Based on the passage given above, the following assumptions have been made. Use of antibiotic among cattle should be reduced for preventing harmful effects on the population. Assumption may be true. Use of antibiotics among cattle should be reduced, Uh, if I look at this, okay, so anyway, bacteria have become anti-resistant to them, so we can still say that okay, reduce the use of antibiotics. Could be true. Let me check the next. Reduced use of antibiotics will lead to reduction in milk production. This I don't think so is what author meant. So this definitely is not the answer. Use of antibiotics among cattle should be reduced for preventing. Not really sure about this. Okay, I would still mark this because author definitely is not, let's say, not in favor of using antibiotics, or rather is not in favor of using too much antibiotics. Author is not saying that you completely stop antibiotics. Author is saying don't use it too much. Use it, but only to an extent. So this would be fine because this option says that it should be reduced. It's not saying that it should be stopped. It should be reduced in quantity. So I guess this makes sense. So I'll mark A as the answer here. In cities, in high rises means basically taller towers, buildings. Not many of us know our neighbors anyway. Parents might not like cricket, friends might not share our interest in sports. The intrusion of others is probably not welcome by all, especially for this generation which has grown up in bubbles for most things. Entertainment, online studies, social media, even if paradoxically the surfeit of lonely pursuits has reduced the quality of solitude. So basically author is saying that although you are alone, the quality of being lonely has reduced because you are too much into entertainment, online studies, and social media. You don't like intrusion of others. So you are alone, basically lonely. You are alone at home, but the earlier when you used to be alone versus now that you are alone at home, author is saying that uh, the quality has reduced. Quality of solitude means being solo, being alone. Quality of being alone has reduced. Okay, let's see. Which of the following statement best reflect the suggestion conveyed by the given passage? People should avoid living in cities. No, 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 no. Author is not saying that you avoid living in cities. Author is saying that if you are living in cities, it's okay. Author is not against that. Author is against the quality of solitude in which you are living. That is what author is against. In cities, people should become more socialized. Could be true. Let me keep it aside. In search of loneliness, we have shortened the quality of solitude. Where is the suggestion here? The question is about the suggestion. This is not a suggestion. Cities have become a breeding ground for loneliness. Again, this is not a suggestion. B Bombay is what I would mark. It has been proven time and again that when more women enter the workforce, economies grow faster. When women are empowered, the battle to eradicate poverty is more fruitful. Studies conducted in various nations have proven that there is a direct correlation between greater gender diversity and greater GDPs. We must ensure that all of India's women get equal access to education, equal access to opportunities, and equal pay at work. By empowering women, we increase their right to economic resources as well as their decision making powers. This in turn benefits their households and their communities. Women begin investing more in their children's education, the quality of human capital improves, and we as a nation reap the benefits of economic prosperity. According to author, how can we reap the benefits of economic prosperity? By improving the quality of human resource. This is correct. I don't think there is a problem with that. It says here the quality of human capital improves. So this is fine. By increasing education penetration among both boys and girls. This is also fine. because we are talking about children's education, not girls' education, children's education. So both boys and girls is also fine. So C1 and 2 is okay. When physical activity is used as break from academic learning time, post-engagement effects include better attention, increased on-task behaviors, and improved academic performance. Comparisons between first grade student housed in a classroom with stand sit desk, I guess this is stand sit desk, where the child could stand at his or her discretion, and in classrooms containing traditional furniture showed that the formal children were highly likely to stand, thus expending significantly more energy than those who were seated. Okay. More important, teachers can offer physical activity breaks as part of a supplemental curriculum or simply as a way to reset student attention during a lesson, and when provided with minimal training can efficiently produce vigorous or moderate energy expenditure in students. Further, after school physical activity programs have demonstrated the ability to improve cardiovascular endurance, and this increase in aerobic fitness has been shown to mediate improvements in academic performance as well as the allocation of neural resources underlying performance on a working memory task. Author is discussing tons of advantages of having a physical activity breaks during your academic schedule. Physical activity is important in a child's daily life because it helps in breaking the monotonous pattern of life. Okay, otherwise there will be lack of physical development. No, I don't know what will happen if there is no physical activity. I only know what happens when there is a physical activity because author has discussed tons of advantages of that. It improves cognitive functions related to attention and memory to facilitate learning. This could be true because this is what is discussed. Consistent engagement in physical area can help students refine social skills. Social skills. That is a bit of an exaggeration. It helps in breaking the monotonous pattern of life. I'm not really sure. C is the right answer in this case. Give this one a try. Many government expenditures of the privileged classes have escaped the purview of current debate. Okay, so this is the same passage that we read earlier, but the question is now different. According to passage, what constitutes a subsidy to the rich? Expenditure of beautification projects. So he has discussed many expenditures here. Beautification of projects. The very act of allocating land to industries. It's not allocating land to industries. It's basically giving land to industries at a highly subsidized rate. So, no. Free education and health services to the needy. Again, no. We are talking about subsidy to the rich. This is talking about the needy. So, again, no. So, one only. None of the above. Had there been an option of only one, I guess I would have marked that as the answer. The impact of climate change is much more evident in Indian agriculture, where around 85% of farmers are small and marginal, and 60% of agriculture is dependent upon the vagaries of the monsoon. Vagaries means variations of monsoon. Okay. The role of irrigation, therefore, takes the front seat. The continued irrigation through traditional practices since the introduction of the Green Revolution in 60s, however, has begun to show its multitudinous ill effects on groundwater quality and height, waterlogging, soil salinity, soil health, crop productivity, partial factor productivity, and cost economics of farm practices. This is where micro irrigation assumes significance. So author is saying climate change has a visible impact on agriculture. Then all of this shows what is that impact. Okay. And then author says, therefore, micro irrigation is significant or important. Which of the following best reflects the crux of the passage? Micro irrigation has the potential to address the ill effects of green revolution and reduce the dependence on monsoon. I guess I would definitely mark this as the answer. This is exactly what author is saying in the end. But let's select the others. Climate change has reduced the overall productivity of Indian agriculture. Overall productivity reduction, yes, but is it the crux of the passage? No. So this is where author has discussed problem and solution. Problem of climate change, monsoon, solution, micro irrigation. So when I am solving crux of the passage question, I also need problem and solution, or at least solution. Even if there is no problem, I need solution definitely to be part of the passage, because that's why author has written this passage. So this talks about solution, this doesn't talk about solution. See, this is true as per the passage. There's nothing wrong with this option. But it is not the crux. It's an incomplete option. It's true but incomplete. Second green revolution presents a viable solution. Second green revolution, not discussed. The government should invest more in micro irrigation for its large scale adoption. This is not the crux of the passage. Government spending on it or not spending on it is not discussed here. So A is the answer. Give it a try. Sorry. Violence is always evaluated hierarchically. The physical place right on top of the pile. Of course, taking away a person's life or dismembering someone is an irrevocable state. But emotional and psychological violence can be deeply affecting and debilitating. So author is saying don't just look at physical violence, look at mental and psychological violence as well. We cannot put a member on it. There is no way to see it immediately or measure the damage. We cannot put a number on it. Hence, we presume it to be a lesser evil. In humanistic terms, how are we to perceive violence that is viewed as relatively benign? Because it is non-physical. More often than not, the actual physical act occurs after a sustained period of psychological violence. During that gestation period, we enthusiastically participate in its enactment. We also train, encourage, and brainwash perpetrators. We do not speak to him directly, but our nurturing of his psychotic environment is not an accident. We know that our every word and action is a trigger, yet we keep pushing until someone somewhere snaps. Then we quickly wash our hands of the entire episode. When someone points at it, we accuse him of equating words and swords. So author is saying that mental and psychological violence is also damaging enough, and the people knowingly or unknowingly are contributing towards it. Physical violence is the outcome of which one of the following? Physical violence. Prolonged duration of psychological violence. This is true. This is where he mentioned that the actual physical after a sustained period of psychological violence. So this is fine. So this is not an answer. Patriarchal mentality, that is not. We are talking about hierarchy, not patriarchy. I don't think I read patriarchy anywhere. So 2 is not the answer. So I guess C. Lack of timely intervention, yes. During the gestation period. Gestation period means nobody is intervening. So 1 and 3. Give it a try. Present day health problems differ from those with which public health traditionally has been concerned in the amount of individual understanding necessary to prevent and cure diseases or to avoid accidents. Avoiding disability and death from these causes depends on a great deal more on individual understanding and action than did the prevention of infectious diseases. Not every person needs to take specific preventive action to be protected from a communicable disease. For example, if a community, through the action of few of its citizens and its government, installs a safe water supply and sanitary sewage disposal, all members of the community will benefit. The immunization of even a few persons in a community affords some protection to the others. For each human person in a population reduces the chance of transmission of the disease. So author is saying immunization, or let's say uh, preventive action by few will benefit all. So which one of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage? Now here again we need problem and solution both, because author has discussed the problem, that how contagious diseases could be bad, but also author has discussed solution, as if even if few of them are aware and do their due diligence, everybody will benefit. So problem and solution, or at least the solution, has to be part of my crux of the passage answer. Government should speed up vaccination for different diseases to prevent deaths. We are not discussing what government needs to do. We are discussing what citizens needs to do. So not A. All citizens should take steps. All. No. Author is saying even if some of you take it, it's fine. Individuals' knowledge about the infectious disease is important, but not sufficient to protect the community from its spread. Important, yes. Not sufficient is also true. So I guess this is fine. Immunization of children is more important than adults. We are not discussing how children should be immunized better than the adults. So I guess C makes sense. Because it says that you individual should know about it. That how their action will basically improve the health of the whole community. So C makes sense here. Give this one a try. Food, agriculture and fisheries depend on world's natural resources. So future food production will depend on how well these resources are conserved and used. Agriculture is impacted by urban land expansion and by higher water demand from other sectors. Development in coastal zones complicates fisheries governance in traditional fishing areas. The ocean ecosystem is affected by oil and gas exploration, marine shipping, and land-based industries, whose pollution can lead to habitat loss and declining biodiversity. Agricultural risk hotspots occur everywhere. These resource pressures are most concentrated. The food, agriculture, and fisheries system is not only impacted by the environment but also by production techniques. The excessive use of nutrients in agriculture has been a major source of water pollution and is estimated to have reduced biodiversity in rivers, lakes, wetlands by about 1/3 globally. Okay, so straight away passage. Which of the following statements best reflect the most critical inference? Okay, so we need inference, something that is not directly discussed in the passage. We need such answer can be made from the passage given above. Sustainable environmental resource governance is the most crucial factor. Most crucial factor? I'm not really sure. For food security in future, no. Agricultural risk hotspots need to be identified and targeted efforts need to be no. We are not discussing that. Biodiversity and food production depend not only on natural but also anthropogenic factors. This could be true. Okay, so let me just keep it aside. Unsustainable practices in the food, agriculture, and fisheries system threaten only biodiversity. No, author has discussed beyond that. So I guess A, B, D, all of them have some problem. C makes absolute sense. Give this one a try. So it says humankind's fascination with the heavens is as old as humankind itself. Fascination with the heavens is as old as humankind itself. The sight of countless stars and the faint band of light which stretches from horizon to horizon must have been the cause of amazement and awe for the earliest Homo sapiens as she trudged along the plains of East Africa. From the hunter-gatherer to our own times, every culture has developed its own cosmology, the system of beliefs or theories which explain the origin and structure of the universe. Which one of the following statements best reflect the central idea of the passage given above? So we need an answer which gives you the central idea. Mankind's efforts to explain origin of the universe. No. That's not the central idea. Author is basically saying that how we perceive nature, or rather universe, and what believe every person, or rather every culture, has their own beliefs about the universe. Humans knowledge of cosmology, no. If that was the passage, we would talk more about cosmology. No, we are talking more about how cultures have evolved to think of cosmology or think of universe. Mankind's obsession to find out more about universe, this makes absolute sense. The origin and structure of the universe, no. It talks about how people are more curious about universe and theory and beliefs around that. Give this one a try. Scientists are actively debating whether there is a fixed limit to the human lifespan. Some biologists think the data shows that aging is not a disease that can be treated, but instead an inevitable process that cannot be fully stopped, whether through medical breakthroughs or other means. Some demographers have argued that there is a natural limit to life expectancy, implying that maximum ages will level off as well, but others think there's a good evidence that lifespans will continue to lengthen, at least for a lucky few. Several prominent biologists and medical experts have recently published findings suggesting there is some hope for extending lifespan dramatically via medical interventions. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. Human lifespan cannot be increased. It can be increased, no? It's mentioned there. Author has said that with some medical intervention, you, at least a lucky few, will have good lifespan. It is not advisable to interfere with the natural spans of human. Author is not against that. Author is not saying that you cannot or should not focus on extending your life. Author has not said that. So, B, none. All right, here's the next question. Education is a valuable tool for gaining learning and wisdom. Though the books are essential to education, the notion encompasses more than just books and bookish knowledge. It isn't required for education to be only based on books. The most important goal of education is to help people with how to read and write. The first step towards literacy is reading and writing. So now, from education, we are discussing about literacy. How to read and write. Literacy. Education provides a person with endless opportunities for growth and advancement. People who have had an education tend to be calmer and more self-assumed. People who have been educated are disciplined and understand the importance of time. Education allows a person to be more expressive and opinionated. He is able to readily communicate his viewpoints, which are supported by a clear aim and rationale. Education benefits not just the individual but also the community. The most important aspect of education that it goes from one individual to another, then throughout society and eventually throughout the country. An educated individual tries to teach and inspire everyone with whom he or she comes into contact. Education brings one up to speed on technological advancements as well. Well-educated person can easily adjust to technological developments. Education, more than anything else, is a source of hope, the desire for a better life, the desire for a wealthy and poverty-free existence. So basically, author in all of this paragraph has discussed the importance of education, not only for an individual, but how it benefits the whole society. So somewhere around the similar lines is what I need the crux of the passage to be. Which one of the following statements best reflects the crux of the passage? Education is a necessary condition for economic growth. The author is not saying that this is necessary condition. Author is saying it's important, but not necessary. Nowhere has author said that it is the only way in which you can improve, and there's no other way in the world by which society can improve. Author is not saying that. Author simply saying how education is important. A person cannot be successful in life without education. Again, we don't know if an uneducated person is successful or not, but we definitely know an educated person has a high probability of being successful. That's what the author has said. An educated society is essential for poverty-free existence. That is not crux of the passage. Crux of the passage is more about how an individual who is educated will impact the overall society, which in turn will help you improve the poverty. So that is a secondary idea. The primary idea is how an educated person improves the overall well-being of the society. That is the crux of the passage. So I guess D makes sense in that case. A well-educated individual is a valuable asset to society. So D, Delhi is the answer. Okay. Today, about 25% of modern pharma, whatever, are derived from plants. So basically, 25% of modern medicines are derived from plants. World Health Organization estimated that about 80% of the developing countries' population still relies on traditional medicines, mostly plant drugs, to help meet their healthcare needs. Also, there is an increase in the demand for plant-based products in both developing and developed countries because of several advantages, such as no side effects, non-toxic, and affordable prices. Plants provide the raw material for industries producing pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, perfumes, and fragrance, flavors importing biochemical. Therefore, there is an urgent need for conservation, sustainable utilization, and management of plant. So, author is now talking about urgent conservation. Or the reason for conservation, author says, because we need it for the medicinal purposes. To meet the growing requirements of food, fodder, fiber, health, water, and other needs. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. So, this is now the assumption question. Developed nations are mainly dependent on chemical-based medicines. We don't know that. We know developing nations are using more and more plants. And even developed nations nowadays are in search of plant-based medicines. That doesn't mean that as of now they are using only chemical-based medicines. Right? So one is not the answer. Two, many plant genetic resources are getting extinct because of the increasing loss of biodiversity. This goes a little bit tangential to what is given in the paragraph. The paragraph mostly talks about medicinal properties of plants and therefore the need of conserving those. Now, we are not discussing why plants are going extinct. We are only saying, author is only saying that please help us prevent this extinction. Author is not discussing the reasons for those extinction. So again, 2 doesn't make sense either. So I guess neither 1 or 2 is the answer in this case. Give it a try. Next one. India, which will soon have twice the number of internet users as the US, is a large market for all kinds of new technologies. While this presents a huge opportunity, the domestic industry has not yet managed to derive the benefits. For instance, the country is operating far below its potential in electronic manufacturing. Electronic goods and components are the second largest item after oil in India's import bill. Also, the country's imports are almost 5 times its exports in this country. High value electronic components needed in the manufacture of, say, mobile phones are technology and design intensive. Big multinational companies control these technologies and corner the bulk of the revenues. China has used its large market size as a bargaining chip in negotiations with foreign firms. Stay in our markets only if you localize production and share technologies with the local firms. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions and suggestions have been made. Indians have a higher rate of consumption of electronics. Internet users, yes. Consumption of electronics, I'm not really sure is what author is suggesting or is hinting towards, but let's see. India may use its large market size as a bargaining chip for the promotion of its electronics industry. This could be true, otherwise why would he discuss China? So author has discussed China, saying look at, so China and India both have high population, both are high population countries. And author says, look how China has used that as a leverage to become a technology giant or electronic giant. So in a way, author is assuming that India should also do something like that. So 2 makes sense. One, Indians have a high rate of consumption of electronics. Consumption of electronics, or we are saying internet users, while the presence of user. So we are low on electronic manufacturing. Sorry. But good and are the second largest item. I can still use infer this because it says that we import more electronics, much more electronics than we produce locally, which means to say that our own supply is far below the demand that is there in the market. So we can infer that yes, Indians use a lot of electronics. So could be true. I can kind of read that between the lines. So I think that could be the solution. So 1 and 2 is what I will mark in this case. The story of globalization is the story of the capital's enhanced capacity to flee from the shackles of too much democracy to places that are well controlled under strong regime, where all clearances are available at a single window. Investments move to places where environmental regulations are lax, wages are low, labor standards are weak, and dissent is answered with an iron fist. This was working perfectly until its ripple effects reached the shores of Western democracies. Now the West is waking up to the challenge, and the G7 move is an acknowledgement of the crisis. So basically, now, so there are countries that have very poor, let's say, working conditions, and now slowly the West is waking up to those realities and is now taking some actions against that. So let's see which of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage. The problem created by weak regulations now have global implication. The problem created by weak regulations have now global implication. Global implication, yes, because West is now acknowledging it. Weak regulations could be true because that's where people are unable to demand, what do you say, good working conditions. So A could make sense, but let me just read the other options. Countries under authoritarian rules are favored by investors globally. That is not crux of the passage because this is not talking about. See, this is an important line here that Western democracies is waking up to the challenge and are acknowledging the crisis. This is important part of the paragraph. So I need that as part of my answer if I am solving crux of the passage question. This doesn't talk about that, although this is true, but this only talks about the first half of the paragraph. It's not talking about the second half at all. So it's not capturing the essence of the passage. G7 nations are restricting the flow of capital? No. They have just acknowledged. So they have just said, yes, there is a crisis. They have not acted on it. So, no. Globalization has led to weakening of labor standards and reducing in wages in developing countries. Again, no mention of what's happening now, which is Western countries waking up to that. I guess I will mark A as the answer in this case. Give this one a try. Meaningful politics, especially in democracies, is rooted in local organization, discussion, and negotiation. However, the structure of social media has facilitated a perception of engagement without organization and action without consequences. This wasn't and isn't inevitable. There are more thoughtful ways to structure platforms which would help connect and root people in their own communities instead of isolating them locally while connecting them virtually. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Okay. Meaningful politics is rooted in local organ. Okay. Social media has disturbed meaningful politics. Can I say that it has disturbed engagement without organization and action without consequences? So Author is kind of critical of social media, so okay. Physical organization is best way. Best way. This is not the answer. Author is not saying what is best. Author is saying how it was better before social media and how social media has disturbed it. But doesn't mean that what you had before social media was the best thing. No. Again, as I said, best, worst, only, always, however, only, always, kind of words which gives you extreme answers are generally not the answers. So one only in this case. Give this one a try. Ecosystem services defined as the benefits to human welfare provided by organisms interacting in ecosystems are considered to be at risk. Pollination by wild animals is a key ecosystem service. Crop pollination is commonly cited as an example of an endangered ecosystem service, as detailed studies of the crop pollination systems are incomplete or out of date. Animal pollination is important to the sexual reproduction of many crops and the majority of wild plants, which can also be important for providing calories and micronutrients for humans. Furthermore, the decline of pollinating species can lead to a parallel decline of plant species. Okay. Which of the following is the most rational and logical inferences that can be drawn? Inferences that can be drawn from the passage. To protect this ecosystem service, holistic contemporary research in crop pollination may help. This is discussed here. Where is that? Pollination by wild animal. Survey says detailed studies of the crop pollinations are incomplete or out of date. That means we need new studies. Holistic contemporary research may help. Loss of pollinator species can have grave consequences on human nutrition. Here's throughout the passage discussed why pollination is important. So if there is a lack of it, definitely there will be a problem. So 1 and 2 both. Okay. Give this one a try. The digital divide is associated with negative outcomes. It is suggested that the digital divide may cause technological, immaterial, social, and educational types of inequality. Individuals who lack access to information technology are disadvantaged in knowledge-based societies and economies. Further, e-government is an important means to break barriers and bring government assistance to all its citizens. Digital media usage is a strong predictor of political participation, which implies that a digital divide may result in political alienation of those who lack digital media access. So basically, author is talking about digital divide and what are the negative outcomes. And what is the divide? Is basically those who don't have access or lack access are disadvantaged. So definitely those who have access are at much better advantage. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Building cyber cafes should help reduce the digital divide. Building cyber cafes, will it improve the access to technology or internet? I'm not really sure. Just because you have cafes doesn't mean that people will go and utilize them. So more awareness is required than more cafes is, I would say. Bridging the digital divide could help empower citizens technologically as well as politically. This is true. That's why author is saying political alienation is there and all of that. Correct. So 2 only. B Bombay. Try this one. Protecting Earth's remaining biodiversity and restoring at least 1/3 of what has been lost in the last 30 years is the most efficient and cost-effective step we can take to stabilize the climate emergency. Unlike technological and engineered solutions that are expensive and must be scaled up to be effective, wild nature is naturally in place and working for free, as it has done for 500 million years, to produce everything life needs most to survive. Which one of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage? Again, I need a statement which kind of summarizes this. So what are the main points that are discussed here? That the biodiversity and restoration is important. Unlike technological engineering solution, we need solutions that are scaled up to be effective to produce everything live. So which basically is wild nature. So leave nature as it is already working and making things better for you, as it has done for 500 million years. Okay. Which of the following statements best reflects the crux of the passage? Humans must align their activities with nature to completely regain the lost biodiversity. Completely regain. No, author is saying even if you restore 1/3, that's fine. Man-made solutions for climate change are more effective than natural. This is against what author is saying. Author says natural processes anyway is improving the environment. So let nature heal itself is what author basically is saying. Climate emergency needs human and nature's intervention for stabilizing it. Could be true. Nature's intervention is definitely discussed. Human, according to question, are expensive and must be scaled up to be effective. So author is not discarding them. Author is not saying that don't have any human intervention. But author is also saying let nature also take care of it. So basically author is not against human intervention, and author is definitely in support of natural healing of nature. So C makes sense. Governments across the globe should invest in scaling up. No. Give this one a try. The pressing need for an urban employment program should have been obvious from very part of the national lockdown from late March 2020. Urban employment program, which stretched well beyond its initial expectation and damaged or destroyed livelihood, especially of informal workers and the urban poor. But next to nothing was done, and few paltry relief measures that have been provided over the past year have proved to be wholly inadequate to address the massive scale of employment and income loss. The Standing Committee on Labor stated in its report of August 3 that there is an impressive need for putting in place an employment guarantee program for the urban workforce in line with Manrega. Which of the following best implies the crux of the passage? So basically, author has not only discussed the problem, which is urban unemployment or urban employment, informal worker, the way they are suffering, but also solution saying have something similar for urban workers as you have like Manrega. Correct? Manrega. Okay. Which one of the following statements best implies the crux of the passage? Urban unemployment stem from urban unemployment did not stem from a lockdown. Urban employment was already there. The lockdown actually showed you the face of it. Lockdown basically told you or showed you how bad the urban employment or unemployment is. The urban employment guarantee program is the need of the hour. Definitely yes. That's what do you say? That's where the author concluded it. So yes, this is the crux of the passage. No measures of assistance were provided to confront job losses. We don't know that. So this is not the answer as well. Give this one a try. Permafrost peatlands, frozen carbon storing expanse of land in Europe and Western Siberia, might be approaching their tipping point faster than expected, a new study warned. By 2040, Northern Europe might become too wet and warm to support permafrost peatlands, the study published in Nature Climate Change added. Peatlands are a class of wetlands which are ecosystems flooded with water. Waterlogged conditions limit microbial decay of dead plant materials rich in carbon dioxide. This prevents the reintroduction of the gas into the atmosphere. Peatlands, which occupy only 3% of the global land surface, store twice as much carbon as all the world's forests, according to United Nations Environment Program. Some peatlands are buried under frozen ground or permafrost and exist as permafrost peatlands. They are found in the northern parts of Alaska, Canada, Russia, and parts of northern Europe, the researchers said. Data on parts of Canada and Siberia is still lacking. Study-led author Richard Fuster told Down to Earth. Frozen wetlands in Europe and Western Siberia store up to 39 billion tons of carbon. This is equivalent to twice that is held by the whole of European forests. Huge stocks of peat carbon have been protected for millennia by frozen conditions, but once those conditions become unsuitable, all the stored carbon can be lost very quickly. So basically, the whole passage is saying that few billion tons of, 39 billion tons of carbon is stored in the form of permafrost peatlands due to climate change. And this is what my assumption is, if the temperature keeps rising, the frost will melt and maybe the carbon dioxide will be released, which I guess is not, which would be harmful, by the way. On the basis of the passage, consider the following statements about peatlands. They are a type of a water body. Yes, it says that might become to wetlands are a class of wetlands. What are wetlands? Flooded with water. So this is true. Ice protects peatland from degradation. That is also mentioned. Where is that? See, northern parts of Alaska, Canada, Russia, all are, by the way, cold regions. So you can infer that ice protects peatland from degradation. It's also mentioned somewhere. I'm just by frozen conditions. Correct. So both. Correct. Yeah, correct. Both are correct. Give this one a try. All right. It says India, which will soon have twice the number of internet users as the US, is a okay. So it's the same passage, different question. Which one of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage? The crux of the passage was, if I remember this passage, look at China, look at their population and how they leveraged it to become manufacturing hub. India, on the other hand, imports 5 times more than it exports. We have the second highest number of internet users, so very high electronics consumption. And author says that we must also look at our manufacturing abilities and improve that. Okay. Which one of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage? Union government should trade with the USA not only in products but also in services. Not at all discussed. Domestic companies should invest in human resources to excel in the technologies of the electronic industry, not in human resources. This is not discussed, not the crux of the passage. Despite a large user base, India is not able to scale electronics production due to technological limitations. This makes sense. Big multinational companies should shift their manufacturing base from India to China. No such suggestion has been made in the passage. So C is the answer. Education in India needs root and branch reform, not just tinkering from the top or ideological realignment. So basically, author says, what do you say? Major reforms, not just minor reforms. Not just science and technology, but humanities and social studies need augmentation and encouragement. Deep cognition is not possible without heightened competence in multiple languages, texts, and traditions. We are doing little to ensure the critical thinking, excellence, and creativity are incentivized instead of quotas, patronage, or political corrections. Mostly, we are anti this or that, with little knowledge of either ourselves or the West, which ruled us for so long. As to China or Russia or Brazil, to name some other important countries, we know next to nothing. Outside a small circle of elite services, there is no concerted attempt to understand the world or become better equipped to face it. Crux of the passage. There is an urgent need to improve elementary education in India. Elementary education nahi. Author is saying the whole education system, not only elementary education. India can learn from the education systems of China, Russia, and Brazil. No. Author says you don't even know about these countries. That's why he used those countries. India needs to reform education to tackle the future uncertainties of the globe. Yes. The world or better equipped to face it. So we are talking about global challenges that are facing globally. India should be ready to adapt to those. Quotas and patronage in higher education had made most of our graduate unemployable. No, not at all discussed. So C is the answer. Give it a try. It says any suicide is a tragedy of insurmountable proportions. For the family, it has multiple ramifications for those left behind. Truly, it is the end point of the collective failure of society. Hence, its prevention begins within the society. Suicides which happen due to coercion and threat of violence are not truly suicides, they are murders committed by all of us. In India, we harbor suicides in our shanties, colonies, homes, colleges, schools, and professional institutions. We love the talk of death as a means of retribution. If we do not want that to happen, then we must raise our voices at every act of injustice, abuse, prejudice, threat, and violence aimed at the ordinary Indian. Which one of the following acts represents us as insensitive human beings, record according to the passage? Raising voice at every act of injustice. Does that make us insensitive? No, that is not what makes us insensitive. Oh, sorry. Which one of the following acts represents us as insensitive human beings? Raising voice is not insensitive. Author says that we must do that. We must raise our voice at every act of injustice. One is not the answer. Loving the talk of death. Yeah, if we do that, then we are insensitive. So two only in this case. Give this one a try. For most people, the climate crisis is no longer a future scenario. Floods, heat waves, and wildfires have gripped our entire planet and will become stronger in years to come. Countries in the global south are particularly hard hit, even though their citizens have been emitting the least CO2. Drastic reduction of carbon emissions is only one pillar in the fight against climate change. Many of its consequences can no longer be stopped. There is an urgent need for adaptation measures so people both in cities and in rural areas have the chance to cope with the effects of climate change. That's why several years ago, rich nations committed to supporting low income countries with $100 billion annually from 2020 to help them cut emissions and adapt to climate change. It was a central promise for more climate justice that has not been kept so far. Okay. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. So we are talking again about assumptions here. Through proper adaptation mechanisms and funding, climate change can be arrested. Okay. Countries from the global south are not responsible. Not responsible, no. They could be responsible for a teeny tiny proportion. However, they are experiencing a lot more effect. That's what we know. But saying that they are not responsible, we don't know that. No, not such data is given. So two definitely is not my answer. So I guess none of these then. UN could help make the rich countries accountable for funding the sum of $100 billion. Could help make the rich countries accountable. Again, we don't know that. The UN is not at all discussed anywhere in the passage. So C, none of these. Okay. Again, this is the same passage that we solved earlier, but now they are asking logical and rational inference. India should make provision of longer maternity leave? No. Inference in this case was basically saying that we need more women participating in the working force. India cannot harness the demographic dividend till the working age rural populace finds remunerative. Rural, no. The passage was more about women participation, not rural women participation or just rural participation. All countries with high levels of female level participation have comparatively high levels of political representation of women. We don't know that. All countries. So basically this option says everywhere where female participation is better, political representation is also better. We don't know that. No such data is given. It only says that India is performing poorly when it comes to percentage of women in the working age population. India is facing low political representation of women due to both social and economic factors. This is definitely can be inferred. This was the last paragraph, by the way. Correct. Many of us wrongly assume that board examination results provide neutral assessment of a child's intellectual ability. A low score does not indicate a lack of knowledge about a subject. A student who is an excellent writer, for instance, might struggle to pick the right answer in a multiple choice grammar test. Similarly, it is easy to assume that students who score high in maths are good at processing information, reasoning, and abstraction, but that's not always the case. It is often seen that there is no correlation between memorizing, attention span, and the speed of processing information. Most times, high test scores simply mean excellence at rote memorization and solving multiple choice questions. A board result should therefore be only seen as an additional data point on student learning. It should not occasion value judgment. So basically, author is saying don't judge the students based on their what do you say? Which is board results. Okay. Which of the following statement best reflects the most logical, rational, and practical suggestion? We must abandon the board examination evaluation system. He is not saying abandon it. He is saying improve it, or don't just use it as a benchmark. We should give complete freedom to children to invest in their abilities. No, there's no talk of giving complete freedom to children. Board examination marks should be counted as one of the learning outcomes. Yes, it's just one of the outcome. It is not the outcome. It's just one of the outcomes like many other. For each student, the evaluation process should be different. No, author definitely is not hinting towards that. So C is the answer in this case. Give this one a try. A great transformation can be observed in our daily routine life along with the increasing involvement of IoT devices and technology. One such development of IoT is the concept of smart home systems and appliances that consist of internet-based devices, automation systems for homes, and reliable energy management systems. Besides, another important achievement of IoT is the Smart Health Sensing System, SHSS. It incorporates small intelligent equipment and devices to support the health of human beings. These devices can be used both indoors and outdoors to check and monitor the different health issues and fitness levels or the number of calories burned in the fitness center. Also, it is being used to monitor critical health conditions in hospitals and trauma centers as well. Hence, it has changed the entire scenario of the medical domain by facilitating it with the high technology and smart device. Which one of the following best reflects the crux of the passage? We are talking about how technology is improving or at least help improve our health parameters. IoT has positively affected the lives of humans in almost every domain. Can I say every domain? Health is what I have discussed mostly. With the increasing use of IoT, there is a dire need for investment in online security. No, that is not the crux. In the medical domain, IoT devices can act as a double-edged sword. Where is the disadvantage mentioned? No. Application of high-end technology and smart systems for home health and energy increases the cost of living. That is also no. So should I mark A? Like B, C, D definitely are not the answer. So I can eliminate that. But I am not really sure if A is the complete answer, but it talks at least in a similar tone as what the author is talking in the passage. So I guess A makes sense to me. Give it a try. It says you are what you eat, and similarly, you are what you think, and you are totally what you want to believe. Such is the power our minds have on who we are, what we do, how we behave, what choices we make, how we conduct ourselves, what mood we choose to be in, and we consume by, and how we allow others to see us, accept us, define us, and celebrate or shun us. Which one of the following options best explains who you are? A person's willpower? No. It says you are totally what you want to believe. What we believe, na? How we behave, that is just one part of it. How a person conducts himself, that also just one part of it. But we are totally what we believe. So I will mark B, Bombay, as the answer. Give this one a try. The academic structure worldwide is driven by market values, privatization of higher education, and utilitarian degree programs that produce highly specialized graduates who can quickly become part of a skilled labor force. A general perception is that arts and humanities graduates are less equipped to contribute to the workforce compared to STEM or business degree holders. The pandemic has enhanced this perception, exacerbating a drastic decline of resources, encouraging academic redundancies, and closing down of several arts and humanities degree programs. If anything, the pandemic has taught us that solutions to real world problems lie in a sustained collaboration across disciplines. Not only do we need more arts and humanities programs, but we argue that engineering and generally STEM degree programs must include arts and humanities courses. So, no, author is not only saying that you need increase in arts and humanities numbers, he is also suggesting that those who are studying the other extreme, which is the STEM subjects, should also learn arts and humanities at least to some extent. According to passage, what are the reasons for closing down of several arts and humanities degree programs? Pandemic, lack of interest, perceived low utility of these subjects. I don't know. I think pandemic is definitely discussed. Where is that? The pandemic has enhanced this perception. What perception? The perception that arts and humanities graduates are less equipped to contribute to the workforce. So perceived low utility of these subjects, yes. Lack of interest is not mentioned anywhere. I don't think that has mentioned. Pandemic is definitely mentioned. So 1 and 3. C. Okay. So here is the next question. Give it a try. It says packaging is enclosing the food material in a container to ensure the delivery of the product in the best condition to the consumer for final use. Therefore, good packaging plays a pivotal role in developing the image and brand of the company. So author is saying how packaging is important to create the brand. Intelligent food packaging incorporating nanosensors can provide information on the state of the food inside. It is recommended that nano packaging should be designed in such a way to release antimicrobials, antioxidants, flavor enzymes, and nutraceuticals to extend the shelf life of the food products. There is a need to undertake further toxicological and migration studies to ensure the safe development of nanotechnologies in the food packaging industry. So author is more concerned about nanotechnology usage in the food packaging. Which of the following is the most rational and logical inference that can be drawn from the passage. Give it a try. So first one says including nanosensors in packaging will increasing the cost of packaging for companies. Nowhere in the passage are we discussing about the cost of nano packaging, so I don't think we can infer this statement. There is limited understanding of the use of technology, nanotechnology in the packaging industry. We can infer this because that's why author is saying that we need to undertake further studies. So why would you want to do further study? Because the existing knowledge is not enough. You need more knowledge. So 2 only in this case. Next, the metaverse has the promise and potential to become an extension of people's lives, opening the door into a parallel virtual reality where people could opt to live, work, and play continuously in real time. In terms of advanced connectivity, there are numerous wireless connectivity technologies today that must be addressed. Bluetooth lacks range, rate, and reliability. Current generations of Wi-Fi offer the required speed but suffer from congestion and high latencies once multiple devices are added. Telecom service providers, technology companies, and policymakers need to collaborate to achieve network enhancements and build an efficient infrastructure that supports 5G and high-end technology like a metaverse. Lowering the barriers to entry for consumers will be critical in making the metaverse a thriving ecosystem. The most pressing matter is providing metaverse-grade ubiquitous connectivity. The scaling flexibility of 5G's high throughput and low latency benefits will go a long way to achieving this, which will tackle the barriers to adoption for consumers. So author is saying that metaverse and all technologies will require very good internet connectivity, and to ensure that telecom technology companies, policymakers should collaborate and bring up with the new framework that will support the 5G technology and others. Consider the following suggestion made by the author to make metaverse an integral part of people's lives. Providing metaverse grade ubiquitous connectivity, replacing outdated technologies like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi with better technologies such as Li-Fi. Did we discuss Li-Fi anywhere? I don't think we discussed, but anyway. Which one of the above is most rational and practical suggestion made by the author? See, the word here is practical. So we need a solution which is like feasible and practical in nature. Providing metaverse grade ubiquitous connectivity, that according to passage is practical if telecom service providers, technology and policymakers collaborate and build an efficient network that supports 5G and metaverse. So according to author, this is possible. So that's why he is suggesting that. Replacing outdated technologies like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, he is not talking about replacing technologies. He is talking about enhancing the existing technologies. Understand the difference. The author is not against Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Author is saying that they are not enough to support metaverse grade connectivity. So you need to enhance them. So it's not replacing them, it's actually making them better. So 2 doesn't make sense to me. So I will mark B Bombay for 1 only as the answer. Next. Give this one a try. Poverty is hunger, poverty is lack of shelter, poverty is being sick and not being able to see a doctor. Poverty is not having access to school and not knowing how to read. Poverty is not having a job, fear for the future, living one day at a time. Poverty has many faces, changing from place to place across time, has been described in many ways. Most often, poverty is a situation people want to escape. So, poverty is a call to action for the poor and the wealthy alike, a call to change the world so that many more may have enough to eat, adequate shelter, access to education and health, protection from violence, and a voice in what happens in their communities. There is no one cause of poverty, and the results of it are different in every case. Poverty varies considerably depending on the situation. Feeling poor in Canada is different from living in poverty in Russia or Zimbabwe. The differences between rich and poor within the borders of a country can also be great. Despite the many definitions, one thing is certain: poverty is a complex societal issue. No matter how poverty is defined, it can be agreed that it is an issue that requires everyone's attention. What does the author mean by call to action? Where did I read that call to action? A call to change the world. Okay. Defining the poverty in line with broadest manner. No, it's not only defining poverty. It's actually call to action is basically act to alleviate poverty. So A is not the answer. Bringing substantive democracy, not just procedure democracy. I'm not really sure he's so much concerned about that. Reduce the income divide between the rich and poor. No, that is not the call to action. Eradicating material and non-material deprivations of in a human life, which basically means alleviating the or eradicating the poverty. So D Delhi makes sense. Within the freedom to choose are those endowments that make us uniquely human. In addition to self awareness, we have imagination, the ability to create in our minds beyond our present reality. We have conscience, a deep inner awareness of right and wrong, of the principles that govern our behavior, and a sense of the degree to which our thoughts and actions are in harmony with them. And we have an independent will, the ability to act based on our self awareness, free of all other influences. Even the most intelligent animals have none of these endowments. To use a computer metaphor, they are programmed by instinct and or training. They can be trained to be responsible, but they can't take responsibility for that training. In other words, they can't direct it. They can't change the programming. They are not even aware of it. Which of the following is most logical inference? If trained properly, animals can also exercise. No, it's not only about training, it's about thinking rationally and then reacting to a situation, all of that. Animal acts as per their instinct. This could be true. Animals are capable of taking responsibility for their innovative actions. No, this is what humans are capable of. Training can make animals responsible. No. So B Bombay. Institutionally, cosmopolitan democracy stops short of a fully fledged world government. As David Held notes, a cosmopolitan polity does not call for a diminution per se of state power and capacity across the globe. I'm not really sure diminution means, but I guess lowering or something is what I think it is. It means rather it seeks to entrench and develop political institution at the regional and global level as necessary complements to those at the level of the state. This occurs by replicating national democratic institutions at the transnational and global levels, such as the creation of a global parliamentary assembly, international courts, and a constitutional rule of law. These institutions provide a framework to shield human rights and exercise individual autonomy by voting in global elections. Moreover, these institutions are changed with effectively regulating transnational problems that national institutions cannot tackle alone. Climate change, the diffusion of nuclear weapons, financial markets, etc. This particular model has given rise to a long-running campaign on the creation of United Nations Parliamentary Assembly. So just think of it like why was UN created, or why was UN Assembly was created. This basically tells you why it was created, because we needed a global institution. Just the way an institution runs at a national level, we need similar institutions that work at a global level. The core idea of cosmopolitan democracy is to support and replicate statist democracy institution on a global level. Could be true, could be true, I guess. Let me keep it aside. Promoting the adoption of democracy in every nation? No, that is not what author is saying. Author is not saying that encourage every country to adopt democracy. Author is saying just as a democracy work in a nation, let's have institution that will ensure democracy work at a global level. A position of openness and or tolerance towards the ideas and values of distinct others. This is also true, so no problem there. An identification with the world or with humanity in general that translates local commitment. So this is also true. So 2 definitely is not true. So it's either 3 and 4 and 1 and 4. So 4 is definitely true. So I need 1, 3 or sorry, between 1 and 3 I have to choose. 1. The core idea of cosmopolitan democracy is to support and replicate statist democratic institution on a global. Oh, now I see what's the problem. A cosmopolitan does not call for per se of state power and capacity. It's not about. So it's not about replicating statist democratic institutions, because a state which is not democratic may also come under global institution. So it's not like only the states that have democracy will be represented in UN, for example. It's author is not saying that. So I guess 1 can be eliminated. A position of openness and tolerance towards ideas. This is fine. So I guess 3 and 4 is what I will mark in this case. Give this one a try. In sum, the main aim of transport planning is to make the transport sector more sustainable from a social and environmental point of view while simultaneously allowing tourism to grow. The author is basically saying transport planning is important for tourism. Transport planning and tourism policy have to be integrated to achieve joint environmental and social objectives. So how both are important, transport and tourism, for environment and social objectives. In this sense, it is important to create incentives that reduce the need for private cars and minimize the length of time needed to access specific locations. Okay, so this could lead to substantial welfare gains in terms of pollution reductions and improved access for rural inhabitants. What is the crucial message conveyed by the above passage? Separating the transport and tourism policy will be detrimental. We don't know that. Author is saying integrate them. If you integrate them, then it will be better. But if they are separate, is it better or not? I don't know. So author has not discussed separation. Author has discussed integration. Tourism industry cannot grow without the growth. Again, author is not me making a remark on tourism industry saying you cannot grow unless transport grows. Nothing of that sort of comparison is what author has done. Pollution and economic issues of rural inhabitants exist because of poor public transport infrastructure. This could be true because that is the reason why he is saying that improved access, all of that would be better if we need for private car is minimized, length of time to access is minimized, meaning transportation is improved. So C is fine. Let me keep it aside. Socio-environmental development is dependent on the synergy between transport and tourism policies. This is also true. So let me choose between the two. Pollution and economic issues of rural inhabitants exist. Oh, I'm sorry. C definitely is false because you cannot say that just because of pollution, I mean, the cause of pollution is because of poor public transport. There could be numerous other causes of pollution, right? So, my bad. C is not the answer. D makes sense. Absolutely. Okay. Try this one. Women are most often the collectors, users, and managers of water in households, as well as farmers of irrigated crops. For example, at least half of the world's food is grown by women farmers, and it amounts to 80% in some African countries. Whereas African women increasingly assume a vital role in agriculture, they remain among the most disadvantaged populations. Easier access to fresh water would improve living conditions for girls who generally drop out of school and start working in the fields and fetching water at a very young age. Lack of access to water is an obstacle to their right to have access to formal education. So, because they have to go and fetch water and work in the fields, they are being, they are being I mean, that is being obstacle for their access to education, is what author is saying. What can be the inference that can be drawn? Women of the world could be considered as the feeder of the world population. Could be true, but could be true. I mean, there's no problem in that, to be honest. Both Indian and African women end up losing their education opportunity due to their responsibility of fetching water. Not all women end up losing their education opportunity. It is few women, especially those who are in poorer areas, that's where this happens. It's not like all Indian women or all African women. You have to make that distinction that only a set of women are the ones who are facing that problem. So, one only. All right, next question. It says if a man in a given geographical area lacks a job, he is likely to be poor and disenfranchised. If he is poor and disenfranchised, he has an incentive to engage in practices that harm ecology, for example, by cutting down trees for firewood to cook his meals and warm his home. As his actions are aggregated with those of others in his region cutting down trees, deforestation will cause vital minerals to be lost from the soil. If vital minerals are lost from the soil, the inhabitants will be deprived of the dietary nutrients required to sustain the intellectual performance needed to learn new technologies. For example, how to operate a computer, and this will cause productivity to reduce or stagnate. If productivity stagnates, poor people will remain poor or poorer, and the cycle continues. So, because author is kind of saying everything, if a man is poor or lacks a job, he will cut the trees. He will cut the trees, so deforestation will happen. Now that the vital nutrients are lost, there is a lack of nutrition that the humans, that the person and family will consume. If there is a lack of nutrition, the mental, intellectual is the word used. Intellectual capacity will not be enhanced. If that doesn't happen, you may not be able to use computer, or basically you will not be able to educate yourself, and therefore a person will remain poor and the cycle continues. So he's kind of drawing a very far-fetched, a very long cycle of events in a small paragraph. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Everything a man does on earth has implications for the environment. Okay, so this is way too extreme, which says everything a man does has an implication for the environment. Here we are discussing only one cycle of how a poor might remain poor. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything that a man does has implication. The geography of an area directly affects the economy and environment of the region. Not only geography. So just because you have a difficult geography doesn't mean that you cannot create, what do you say, source of livelihood. Yes, difficult geography will mean that there would be tough time to get better nutrition, but that doesn't mean that you will never, it doesn't mean that you will never get the nutrition. So just because the geography is tough doesn't mean that you can't get anything to eat. So this again is a way too extreme, neither one nor two. Traditionally, farmers have used variety of methods to protect their crops from pests and diseases. They have put herb-based poisons on crops, handpicked insects of plants, bred strong varieties of crops, and rotated crops to control insects. Now, almost all farmers, especially in developed countries, rely on chemical to control pests. The definition of pest ranges from insects to animals such as rabbits and mice, as well as weeds and disease-causing organisms, bacteria, viruses, and fungi. The use of chemical, crop losses, and prices have declined dramatically. Based on the passage given above, the following assumptions have been made. Chemical pest control methods work better than traditional methods. This is definitely true because it says that it helps you reduce crop losses and prices. Like developed countries, developing countries too should adopt chemical methods to control pests. Is there a comparison like that? Now almost all farmers, especially in developed countries, rely on chemicals. But where is the developing countries? That's not discussed. So I'll get one and one only is what I would mark. Pesticide resistance is increasing and farmers and other pest managers' dependencies on chemical insecticides have led to higher frequency of insecticide resistance in some crop systems. To fight pesticide resistance based on a knowledge of the genetics of the development of pesticide resistance, several principles must be adhered to for delaying the emergence of resistance or avoiding it entirely. These principles include pesticide rotation or switching, avoiding unnecessary pesticide applications, using non-chemical control techniques, and leaving untreated refuse where susceptible pests can survive. It's very similar to previous passage, but okay. Which one of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? Pesticide resistance can be avoided by following the principle of rotation, non-chemical control techniques. This is discussed in the passage, so I guess this is fine. Increasing pesticide resistance could lead to food insecurity in the long run. I'm sorry. Is that the central idea? I don't think this is the central idea. It is not possible to develop pesticide without the knowledge of the genetics of the pests. That's not the central idea of the passage. Biopesticides should be promoted as an alternative to chemical pesticides. There's no discussion of biopesticide. Say is correct in that sense. Let's move on to next. Agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economy and accounts for majority of livelihood across the continent. Africa is therefore an exposure and vulnerability hotspot for climate variability and change impacts. IPCC projections suggest that warming scenarios risk having devastating effects on crop production and food security. Key risks to agriculture include reduced crop productivity associated with heat and drought stress and increased pest damage, disease damage, and flood impacts on food system infrastructure, resulting in serious adverse effects on food security. Agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economy and accounts for the majority of livelihood across the continent. Africa is therefore an exposure and vulnerability hotspot for climate variability and change impacts. IPCC projections suggest that warming scenarios risk having devastating effects on crop production and food security. Key risks to agriculture include reduced crop productivity associated with heat and drought stress and increased pest damage, disease damage, and flood impacts on food system infrastructure, resulting in serious adverse effects on food security and livelihoods at the regional, national, and individual household level. So basically, we are now discussing how climate variability and change has impact on the overall crop productivity, and author has given tons of features of that and what are the effects. By the middle of this century, major cereal crops grown across Africa will be adversely impacted, albeit with regional variability and differences between crops. Under the worst case climate change scenario, a reduction in mean yield of 13% is projected in West and Central Africa, 11% in North America, 8% in East and Southern Africa. So we are discussing throughout Africa what's the problem. Millet and sorghum are the most promising crops with a yield loss by 2050 of just 5 and 8% respectively due to their greater resilience to heat stress conditions, while rice and wheat are expected to be most affected crops with a yield loss by 2050 of 12 and 21% respectively. In the drought-prone sub-Saharan Africa countries, the number of undernourished people has increased by 45.6% since 2012, according to FAO. Based on the above passage, which of the following are true concerning agriculture in Africa? Too much data points are there, so let's go one by one via the options and let's see which one makes sense. Millet and sorghum will witness an increase in production in future due to their greater resilience to heat and stress conditions. They are resilient, that definitely is mentioned here. Yeah. Are most promising crops. So yes, their production will increase in future. So one is fine. Decline in the nutritional value of the crops in the future, that is discussed in the second life after that, 12, 21% and all of that. Likely decline in profits and or employment in the agricultural. Profit and employment is secondary, like that is not even discussed in the passage. Author is first worried about the production itself. Then comes the employment and profits. Serious risk of decline in agricultural productivity in the future. Serious risk of decline in agricultural productivity. This too seems to be fine to me. This one is also fine. So I'm getting 1, 2, and 4. 3 definitely is not the answer. So it's either 1, 2 or 1, 4. So 1 definitely is correct between 2 and 4. 2 says decline in nutritional value of the crops. Nutritional value. I guess this is the problem. Crop productivity is discussed, but okay, makes sense. So nutritional value is not discussed. Productivity is discussed. So I guess I can mark 1 and 4. Increase in production in future due to their greater resilience. This one is also fine because it says these are the most promising crops. Oh, even this is not true because the author says yield will be lost by 5 and 8%. That means production might actually go down, but it will not go down as bad as the other crops. So what should I mark? Now I am confused. A decline in nutritional value. Can I say nutritional value? Undernourished people is discussed. So yield is reduced. So can I say nutritional value will also be reduced? So 1 definitely is correct. Now I have to choose between 2 and 4. Serious risk of decline in agricultural productivity in future. I'm not really sure. So I have eliminated C and D because I have eliminated 3, which means 1 is correct. Decline in nutritional value, serious risk of decline in agricultural productivity. Agricultural productivity. Okay. It says under the worst case scenario, which means to say if a lot of things go bad, then there will be 13% reduction. Can I say that is a serious decline? By the way, that is worst case scenario. So a normal case scenario would be less than 13%, which I cannot say is a serious risk. It's too low a number. I'm not really sure. But decline in nutritional value, I can still say that because they are talking about undernourished people, meaning nutritional value might get reduced. So I'll mark 1 and 2. Let's see. Next. India's pharmaceutical industry is at the global forefront as the pharmacy of the world, ranking third in terms of pharmaceutical production by volume. In the next 25 years, India needs to be able to capture a higher share of the pharmaceutical value chain. For this, we need to focus on emerging opportunities across novel biologics, biosimilars, cell and gene therapies, high-end contract research and manufacturing services, mRNA and other new generation vaccines, orphan drugs, precision medicines and molecular diagnostics. With the right kind of policies, the Indian pharma industry will be able to grow from the current $50 billion to $500 billion by 47 and rank among the top 5 countries in value terms and number 1 in volume terms. Okay. Indian pharma industry can achieve the top position in the world by development in medicine made from living organisms. I'm not really sure about that. Did he discuss? Oh yeah, it's discussed anyway. Emerging opportunities across biosimilar cell, gene therapies, blah, 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 blah. Better policies. Large scale production of active pharmaceutical ingredients. Yes, large scale production, I don't think I have discussed that. So nowhere they are discussing large scale production. Better policies, yes, because right kind of policies is discussed. So 2 has to be there. So can I just say D is the answer? Development in medicines made from living organisms. I think I can still infer that biosimilar cells, gene therapies, high-end contract research, mRNA, molecular diagnostics, that may come under living organisms. So 1 and 2 is fine, I guess. Next question. Farmers, due to dogged work and low profit, shifted from traditional agriculture towards the modern one. Modern agriculture, however, enhanced food productivity, but with the acceleration of several environmental problems such as climate change, food unsafety, biodiversity loss, soil degradation, and environmental pollution. Modern agriculture is a major driver of the loss of crop genetic resource in the third world due to adoption of high yielding varieties and the planting of vast fields with genetically uniform cultivars. Traditional agricultural practices are usually restricted to small farmers. Traditional vegetables grow well in drought prone areas. Traditional vegetable knowledge is under serious threat due to habitat loss, the introduction of new varieties, historical policies, the stigma attached to the use of traditional vegetables, and altered lifestyles. In the context of sustainable food production in changing climate, the adoption of climate smart traditional practices is an urgent need. In the context of sustainable food production, adoption of climate smart traditional practices is an urgent need. So traditional practices which are climate smart. Okay. It is the right time to rediscover and re-implement traditional practices to improve the socio-ecological integrity of ecosystems. Integration of traditional agriculture with modern agriculture is a necessity in the current scenario. This integration would bridge the huge gap between indigenous and modern peasants. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Traditional agro ecosystem is recognized as a time-tested model of sustainable agriculture systems. Could be true because that's why author is basically saying that we need to relook at the traditional methods and implement it again, but with a smarter way. Meaning, traditional methods are sustainable because they have stood the test of time. Traditional agricultural system is characterized by high productivity and low energy inputs. We are not really sure about that high productivity part because high productivity is for the modern ways of agriculture. loss of crop, blah blah blah, high yielding varieties. That is for modern agriculture, not the traditional one. So one only in this case. Next. The internalization of climate risk factors by banks is very much on the agenda, especially with RBI taking up something, I don't know what that means. However, given the complexity of climate risk modeling, the biggest challenge for a bank would be to measure the impact of climate risk while undertaking lending and investment decisions and further integrate the risk into the existing risk and valuation frameworks. According to a recent Bloomberg survey of European banks, most banks reported that they could only confine themselves to a qualitative assessment of climate risks during the loan approval process, which could at best be considered subjective. The quantification of climate risk, albeit crucial, may require quality data that is not always available due to inadequate and at times inconsistent corporate disclosure. The second challenge that a bank faces is a dearth of standardized industry models to embed climate risk into enterprise risk management framework. The third critical challenge is the lack of skilled professionals who have a clear understanding of both the worlds, climate risk and finance. So basically, author is saying that banks have a tough time identifying which businesses to loan. So basically, what there is a some of the banks have a criteria that if a particular business is affecting the climate in adverse way, generally banks will not provide loans to such businesses. However, the author says banks have a tough time identifying which businesses actually are harmful for climate because there is no objective method to analyze the climate risk. There's only subjective way is what author is saying. So what is climate risk according to the passage? Risk precipitated by significant losses or cost of adjustment because of transition to low carbon trajectory. No. Low carbon trajectory and all of that, no. Risk arising from economic costs and financial losses, not economic costs and financial losses. We are talking about ecological loss, environmental loss. Cannot be inferred from the passage. Risk to banks' revenue due to climate change related impacts, not banks' revenue. It is to how much is the business causing damage to climate. How do you assess that? That is the climate risk. So I guess cannot be inferred from the passage. We are living in a world where electronic gadget you buy today is deemed obsolete in less than a year and replaced by another with more advanced capabilities. Smartphone makers, for example, release a new model every year with new features, and for many, not replacing one's perfectly functional smartphone with the latest model is being out of fashion. India is the fastest growing market in the world for smartphones with 27 million units shipped in second quarter of 16 alone. And though the lifespan of a mobile phone is higher in India than in the West, one can imagine the number of obsolete phones contributing to e-waste. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. Indians take good care of their smartphones as compared to their Western counterparts. So India lifespan in India is higher. Doesn't mean that we take care of our phones in a better way. It's just so that we don't have good enough money to change our phone. So we are using our phone for a longer time. Doesn't mean we have a safe use of our phone or we know how to use phone rightly. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we take good care of our phone. Changing smartphones in today's world has become a style statement. This could be true because if you don't do that, you will be treated as out of fashion. So this is fine. India must come up with adequate environmental rules for handling tons of e-waste generated through obsolete phones. E-waste was discussed only as the last line. It's not, what do you say, is the main idea of the author. Author is more concerned about how changing phone has become a style statement. So two only. Robots increasingly operate among people, and they now walk alongside us in factories and warehouses, share our streets and sidewalks, clean our homes, and care for the most vulnerable among us. These emerging social contexts add new requirements to the knowledge that successful roboticists need. Many roboticists learn the basics of human machine interaction and usability. Far fewer learn foundational concepts from cognitive science on decision making by human agents, human navigation and wayfinding, human communication, and human interpretation of international behavior that could be used to help robots interpret human actions. All autonomous systems may have ethical impacts, and all should be designed to avoid unethical outcomes. Designers bear some responsibility for their designs, even in a world where the autonomous systems they design eventually design other autonomous systems. Which one of the following statements best reflects the crux of the passage? We are talking about robots and how humans and robots are co-living nowadays. Okay. Dependence of humans on robot is going to be the future of human society. It's not crux of the passage. We are also discussing about how are the ethical impacts of all of it. So it's not only like how the usage of robots has increased, it's also about what are the concerns that are coming out of it. That also should reflect in the crux of the passage. So this, although is true, it's incomplete. It's not talking about the impact. Implementation of robots in human society shall be done by ethical scientists. No. Author is not saying that only ethical scientists should do it and all. It is difficult to ascertain the future social context in the sphere of human machine interaction. This is way too broad. With the increased use of robots for humans, the ethical dimension of their design and functionality should be given due consideration. This makes sense. Absolutely. Invasive species may be one of the worst environmental problems facing the conservation of natural areas because of their role in changing ecosystem function. At the same time, invasive species cause much human suffering and economic loss. The approach to eliminating invasive species can be improved by a better understanding of the various types of invasive species and scientific hypotheses surrounding their ability to invade novel environments. Okay. Despite the billions of dollars spent each year, invasive species are difficult, if not impossible, to eliminate after they have been established. Cool. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Invasive species, if not eliminated in future, could threaten the food security of the people. I guess this is fine. Where is that? So, cause much human suffering and economic loss. Could threaten food security. I mean, food security specifically is not mentioned, but it says suffering and economic loss, ecosystem will be changed. Okay. If invasive species are not allowed to change the ecosystem function, natural areas can definitely be conserved. This is fine because they are saying it is the worst environmental problem. So if this is resolved, it will definitely help in conservation. This is fine. I'm not really sure about food security part. I guess I will mark 2 only. I'm not really sure about this. So food security, I'm not sure of. If invasive species are not allowed to change the ecosystem function, natural areas can definitely, my bad, definitely be conserved. That is a problem. So just because you have eliminated the worst problem doesn't mean that the overall problem of conservation is solved and you don't need to conserve. It could be the case that you still have to make some effort in conservation. Just because you have solved the worst environmental problem doesn't mean that the environment will conserve itself. You will have to take extra efforts for that. I guess both cannot be input. My bad. Makes sense? The death penalty is sometimes justified because of the majority of people support it in the abstract. The Supreme Court, in attempting to determine whether a punishment is cruel and unusual, asks whether the punishment comports with society's evolving standards of decency. The court has been reluctant to rely on opinion polls to measure the standard because poll results can vary widely depending on the polling firm and specific wording of the questions asked. Instead, the court looked at the actions of state legislatures and the decisions of juries, prosecutors, and governors as reflecting public will. The myriad of disturbing facts about the death penalty has led to a sharp decline in its use. Ultimately, the future of the death penalty will depend on whether it is retaining public support. So if there is a public support, it may continue. If there is no public support, it may decline. And how are they checking the public support? They are basically checking the public support by looking at how the legislatures are acting in cases of death penalty versus how governors are acting, how prosecutors are acting. Based on that, Supreme Court will decide whether to uplift the punishment or continue it. Opinion polls could be a good mechanism for evaluating public trust. No, author is saying it is not actually. Death penalty should be given only by the apex court so that there is no mention of that. State legislature and governors should not influence the Supreme Court's judgment. They're not even influencing. It's not the crucial message. Continuance of death penalty depends on society's opinion reflected through institutional mechanism. This absolutely makes sense. Earlier, the rural always existed in Hindi films. It was a regular narrative trope. Characters from rural areas would always be arriving in the city. Those films created a split between the rural and the urban. The rural was seen as pure and the urban as impure. The rural as innocent and the urban as corrupt. They created a binary between the village and the city. According to passage, which of the following is correct about Hindi films? Now, Hindi films portray only the urban. We are not sure. If earlier they showed rural, doesn't mean now they are not showing rural. It is solely because of Hindi films that there exists a split between the solely. Is that the only reason and no other reasons at all? Earlier Hindi films portrayal, so this one also is not the answer. Earlier Hindi films portrayal the rural as good. This is what is actually given in the passage. So C. All 17 SDGs set the UN General Assembly in 2015 are in jeopardy jeopardy as in danger, due to climate crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, and an increase in the number of conflicts worldwide. 7 SDGs. What is SDGs? I guess Sustainable Development Goals. Correct? The cascading and interesting issues impact the environment, food and nutrition, health, peace and security, as well as education, according to UN statement SDG report 22. Greenhouse gas emissions are set to rise 14% over a decade. The statement noted antithetical to the Paris Agreement plan, a 25 peak followed by a 43% decline by 30 and net by 50. The pandemic itself has emerged as one of the biggest threats to several SDGs. The statement said, pointing at 15 million excess deaths directly or indirectly due to novel coronavirus by 21. Economic shocks due to the worldwide health emergency pushed 93 million into poverty in 2020 alone, undoing more than 4 years of work of alleviating poverty. Which of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? The SDGs cannot be achieved by anyone working alone. That's not the central idea. The SDGs are in danger of slipping away from rich along with their years of progress in eradicating poverty, hunger. This is fine. Let me keep it aside. The SDG targets cannot be achieved by 30 given the challenges posted by. Its author is not saying that it cannot be achieved. Author is saying that it's difficult to achieve. As the impact of cascading and intersecting issues is more on least developed countries, they need to be supported financially. No, that is not the central idea. I guess B is fine in that case. Give this one a try. A history of clothing can do several things. It will introduce students to thinking more about what dress codes and opposition to them, more about what dress codes have done in the past and what they signify. For one, dress code symbolized and affirmed power structures, whether these were colonial, upper caste, religious, or patriarchal power structures. By using their power and even violence, states, religious authorities, upper caste, or even male heads of families could insist that people conform to prescribed ways of dressing. Societal hierarchies were thus sustained and perpetuated. So author is saying that the clothing has played important role in maintaining and continuing the hierarchies. Most rational and logical inference. Knowledge about the history of clothing makes a student understand society in a meaningful manner. Could be true, but let's keep it aside for a while. I'm sorry. Knowledge about the history of clothing will help in building greater civility and respect for differences. This is way too broad. Build greater civility and respect for differences. If that was the case, they would be teaching this in school, right? So it's not. By controlling clothing in society, the state control the power structures. This is fine. So 3 has to be part of the answer. And 2 is not part of the answer. So is it 1, 3 or none of the above? What about 1? Knowledge about history of clothing makes a student understand is fine. It's not a bad word. It will help you understand society in meaningful manner. Yeah, it can. So A. The urgency of reforms in agricultural sector is also felt because the green revolution that led to commercialization of agriculture in India can increase in farmers' income and laborers' wages, apart from making India self-reliant in food grain production, has come to a plateau. That means it has reached its potential. Now it's not growing. In the first instance, the green revolution remained limited to certain areas and crops, limiting its benefits to few regions and farmers. Secondly, the green revolution's contribution to growth in farm productivity has waned and more or less remained static, which results in low income for farmers and lower marketable surplus due to lack of capital and market incentives. So, author is saying that green revolution effect has reached its maximum potential. Now you cannot further benefit from green revolution alone. Okay. Which one of the following statement best reflects the crux of the passage? The green revolution has almost reached its full potential. This is fine. Agricultural reforms through the 3 farm laws were a step in the right direction. Where is farm laws discussed in all of this? No. A well thought second green revolution could address. Solution is not discussed, only problem is discussed. That green revolution is not benefiting further. So what should you do about that? Author has not discussed that. Author has only discussed how green revolution is no more benefiting. Government must focus on improving farm productivity. Again, this is talking about solution. So I guess A is the correct answer. What makes identity politics a significant departure from earlier pre-identitarian forms of politics of recognition is its demand for recognition on the basis of very grounds on which recognition has previously been denied. So basically, author is saying identity politics is actually fueling the discrimination. It is qua women, qua blacks, qua lesbians that groups demand recognition, that demand is not for inclusion within the fold of universal humankind on the basis of shared human attributes, nor it is for respect. Rather, what is demanded is respect for oneself as different. So basically, author is saying you are demanding respect for your own group, which in a way you are saying we are different than others. So you are discriminating with yourself. That's what author is trying to say. Okay. With reference to the above passage, which of the following statements is or are correct? Pre-identitarian form of politics were inclusive and non-divisive in nature. We don't know that. We only know that there is an identity politics that's happening now. Okay. And because the identity politics is happening, which means there are people who feel discriminated against. Now, if there was no identity politics earlier, doesn't mean that there was no discrimination earlier. Maybe discrimination was there, but people choose to speak now and not earlier. So you cannot say that pre-identitarian forms of politics were inclusive. It's just that they were not inclusive, but they did not raise their voice. Now they are raising their voice. So one definitely is not my answer. Everyone has the legal right to recognition everywhere as an individual. Can I say this one is correct? I mean, I'm not really sure. Everyone has the legal right to recognition everywhere as an individual. Okay, so let me ask, if that was the case, then you don't need identity politics, right? The reason why you need identity politics is because you are not being recognized everywhere. So, neither. Oh, sorry. I will mark neither as the answer. Human rights principles inform the content of good governance efforts. They may inform the development of legislative frameworks, policies, programs, budgetary allocations, and other measures. On the other hand, without good governance, human rights cannot be respected and protected sustainably. The implementation of human rights relies on a conducive and enabling environment. This includes appropriate legal frameworks and institutions as well as political, managerial, and administrative processes responsible for responding to the rights and needs of the population. Okay. Based on the above passage, the assumption have been made. Good governance and human rights are mutually reinforcing. We can see the clear distinction. On the other hand, without good governance, human rights cannot be respected. That means you need good governance if you want rights to be respected. So one is fine. It is not easy to realize human rights without proper frameworks, institutions, and processes. This is also this is what, by the way, good governance means. So both 1 and 2. Robots increasingly operate among people. They now work. Okay, so we have solved this passage before. Look at the question. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. There is a need for more learning in robotics regarding the interpretation of human actions. Could be true. This is fine. Sorry. Because add new requirements to the knowledge. So this is fine. There should not be any confusion that ethical outcome should be one of the priority. That is discussed here. Where was that? To avoid unethical outcomes. All should be designed to avoid unethical outcome. So both. While infrastructure is essential for creating safe and inclusive places, we cannot underplay the importance of changing mindsets. There is a need for sensitization of students, teachers, and staff in all educational institutions from primary school to universities on understanding and accepting queer and transgender folks. India has taken a step in the right direction by enacting the Transgender Persons Act, which speaks of a trans-inclusive education system wherein transgender students learn with other students without fear of discrimination, neglect, or harassment. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Presently, every stakeholder in education institution is not adequately sensitized. Yes, therefore you need the law and awareness. Why would you need it? Because there are few people who are not aware. So you need to make them aware. So not every stakeholder is sensitized. Makes sense? So one is fine. Before the enactment of the Transgender Persons Act, there was no any act in country. We don't know if there was an act before or not. We only know that there was a new act that came. Doesn't mean that there was no old act or anything. So that information is not given in the passage. The said act will empower the transgender while removing difficulties they face in every sector. The act will not empower them. Just because you have an act or a law doesn't mean everybody is following that law. The act is there. Now you need awareness about that act. People should be sensitized about it. Then only you will see the impact. Just having an act will not impact. So one only is my answer in this case. What do you do if you and your family have invested money in making you a doctor and you do not get enough marks to qualify for a government medical college? Many such students used to settle for a bachelor in dental surgery degree. This led to a mushrooming of dental colleges of dubious quality, and India produced far more dental surgeons than were in demand. Subsequently, several of these colleges shut down. The only option then is to do MBBS in a country that one can afford. A situation of high demand coupled with a student unfriendly system is designed for the entry of middlemen. As soon as you register with a coaching agency or the NEET results are out, you are bombarded with offers from agencies ensuring seats in Nepal, Mauritius, Ukraine, Russia, China, and so on. Parents are lured into spending their hard earned savings by middlemen who paint a rosy picture of the scenario in those countries. Even after these students often fail to clear the foreign medical graduate examination. This has a pass rate of 15%. Caught between parental pressure and an unfriendly system, the students have nowhere to go. Why do foreign medical university graduates have a pass rate of mere 15% in the foreign medical graduate examination? So they are asking what could be the, what do you say, what could be the problem of why there is only a 15% uh, pass rate in foreign medical graduate examination. Is this entrance exam? No, no, this is final exam. Poor quality of education in foreign universities. Standards of education are different in foreign and an Indian university. Parental pressure and an unfriendly system. Let's see, right? That's what is discussed. Pressure and unfriendly system. See. Sorry. The mind is a garden that contains the seeds of understanding, forgiveness, and love. It can also incubate traits that make us violent or peaceful, understanding or intolerant. Teachers help to water the positive seeds and weed out the ones that make us ignorant, cause fear, and stoke hatred. A thinking educator can create a learning environment filled with compassion. Consider the following statements. The role of a teacher is to inculcate the values of tranquility and comprehension. Tranquility. It can also inculcate the values of tranquility and comprehension. Uproot traits of aggression and bigotry. Create a learning environment of indifference. Filled with compassion is fine. So, indifference and it says compassion. I guess this doesn't make sense. Uproot traits of aggression and bigotry. Weed out the ones that make us ignorant, cause fear, and stoke hatred. So stoke hatred would be aggression, make us ignorant could be bigotry. So this is fine. Inculcate the values of tranquility and comprehension. Tranquility will be opposite of violent. Comprehension is basically understanding. So weed out the root of being ignorance. So comprehension is there. Tranquility is opposite of being violent. Cause fear, which is again opposite of that is tranquility. So can I infer this? 1 and 2. Okay, let's mark 1 and 2. Atmospheric ozone has two effects on temperature balance of the earth. It absorbs solar ultraviolet radiation which heats the stratosphere. It also absorbs infrared radiation emitted by the earth's surface, effectively trapping heat in the troposphere. Therefore, the climate impact of changes in ozone concentrations varies with the altitude at which these ozone changes occur. The major ozone losses that have been observed in the lower stratosphere due to human produced chlorine and bromine content gases have a cooling effect on Earth's surface. Okay. On the other hand, ozone increases are estimated to have occurred in the troposphere because surface pollution gases have a warming effect on Earth's surface, thereby contributing to the greenhouse effect. So basically, we are discussing ozone layer depletion and uh, the effect of greenhouse gases on the ozone layer. Which of the following is most rational logical inferences that can be drawn? Climate impact of ozone changes is majorly seen in troposphere. No, it's not majorly seen in troposphere. It could be seen in other spheres as well. We don't know that. Stratospheric and tropospheric ozone losses affect the temperature balance of the Earth. This is fine. This we can infer. Affects the because warming effect, which means rise in temperature. So 2 only is fine. Okay. So again, this passage we have solved before, reduction of yield and all. So based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Negative consequences of climate change are concentrated in West and can I infer that it's only in West and Central Africa? No. Everywhere there is a 13% there, but then there is 11% in North and 8% in East and Southern. So everywhere there is a problem. Coastal degradation is major challenge in Africa and this is expected to worsen due to rise in the sea level. That's only one of the problem. There are plenty others that are discussed. D Delhi. None of the assumptions are. The idea of initiating cultural exchange programs was first hatched after Second World War when the people of different countries wanted to unify against violence and hate among nations. The concept is essentially a process that involves a two-way transfer of an individual to a different country from their home country to promote their home country's values and culture and imbibe the visiting country's traditions and way of life. It is a method of improving relations amongst nations wherein they can respect and understand the needs and values of other nations in the world. Basically, exchange of culture, which increases the probability of desired relation of trade and commerce. That would, so if you exchange culture, that would result in trade and commerce relation, as well as political relations due to the attraction that this concept garners. Which of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? Cultural exchanges can contribute to the development of a peaceful unilateral world. That is not central idea. Central idea is different. Cultural exchange became a necessity for developing nations. Necessity. No. Cultural exchange program help in wholesome development of an individual and strengthen international relation. Wholesome development is fine because then I can say because political relations are improving, trade commerce is also improving, so C is fine. In the post Second World War period, cultural diplomacy gained significance to solve existing disputes between the nations. No, I mean, the cultural exchange is not only limited to resolve the existing disputes, it is also to develop trade and commerce relation. So, C is the answer in that case. Give this one a try. A good foreign policy must work for you all. Your everyday needs from the world must be better met. And since we are collective as a country, our national security must be ensured. As that is done, the pursuit of our aspirations must be facilitated. The foreign policy being the link to the outside, it should enable us to draw what we seek. This could be in terms of technology or capital, best practices, or even work opportunities. And obviously, we would like to be strong, we would like to look good, and we would like to feel appreciated. Any policy which ensures all these goals has a lot going for it. It does not necessarily have to sound nice, it must simply pass the smell test. Consider the following, assuming the author is talking about Indian context, which of the above things can be part of good foreign policy? Poverty reduction, yes. More H1B visas. H1B visas is basically work visas. So I guess this is fine. Work opportunities is discussed. Continuous supply of crude oil. This is also fine because your everyday needs must be met. So oil is a everyday need. Innovative ways of school education. Technology or capital. Okay, so I think innovative ways of school education could be true. Innovative way of school education. Increased foreign indirect investment. Increased foreign investment, yes, that is true. A missile deal with Russia. Will that be fine? Yeah, it will be for security, so this would be fine. Innovative ways of school education. So I need 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So what D Delhi is the answer. So it means 4 is also part of my answer. 4 is part of 3 answers. Innovative ways of school education. Okay, so if I just do school education as everyday need, then it is okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. Various factors help people in believing that people from different countries hold different values. Such factors are cognitive, social learning, and stereotyping processes. Example, illusory correlation may lead us to encode other groups' characteristics in ways that magnify the difference between groups. More relevant, however, is the nature of the concept of the value itself. Specifically, as abstract ideal value subsume a wider range of behaviors as exemplars of the concepts. I didn't understand. Specifically, as abstract ideals, values subsume a wide range of behaviors, okay, as exemplars of the concepts. People may perceive differences between social groups because of the differences between groups in the specific behaviors that are seen as exemplars of different values, even if other behaviors that are exemplars of the values do not differ. So just because two groups of people are same in, let's say, 9 out of 10 aspect, but they are different in, let's say, one aspect, then we believe that they are different than us. Thus, by thinking about groups in terms of concrete instances, differences may be stronger than similarities. In other words, people in different social groups may endorse the same values but associate different behaviors with them. For example, the value of equality may be linked to comparisons between men and women in countries where gender equality is promoted, but not in countries where gender equality is not part of the political agenda. So both, suppose two countries, both of them want gender equality. One country is suffering from gender inequality, so they need policies that ensure gender equality. So that's, let's say, country A. Country B will not have any gender equality policy. Why? Because there is no gender inequality in the country. So just because if I compare the policies of two countries, A will have gender equality policy, B will not have the policies. I cannot infer that both of them are different countries. Why? Because both of them are actually striving for gender equality. Country A is yet to reach that position, so they have policies like that. Country B, on the other hand, has already become gender equal, so they don't need policies. However, both the countries still have the aim of having a gender equal country. Which of the following is or are most rational logical inferences that can be made from the passage? Okay. Understanding group behavior may not help in understanding their values. This is correct. Just because you are looking at policies, you will not be able to conclude whether that country is gender equal or not. Specific behaviors of groups and their group values have a simple linear relationship. Simple linear relationship. No, I don't think that is correct. Simple linear relationship means if one is increasing, other is also increasing in the same manner. So neither is what I would mark. Okay, next. Asian cosmopolitanism had developed in regions which have to be accommodate not just diversities but radical diversities that may prove to be dangerous if they are brought together in the same space. To accommodate these differences and peculiarities in the practices of different communities, everyday mechanisms of coping have evolved. This has resulted in a unique form of cosmopolitanism where differences can be accommodated without pressuring members of one community to be like the other based on notion of universal brotherhood. On the contrary, members of one community can go to extraordinary lengths to help members of the other community maintain their customary practices, including their separate dining and dietary habits. Which of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? Asian cosmopolitanism teaches the people to accept the radical differences among themselves while promoting the community's feeling at the same. Members of community can this is fine. Asian cosmopolitanism is resulting in blending of diverse cultures into one common national identity. No. Asian cosmopolitanism teaches the people to divest of all prejudices so that they can emerge as unbiased citizens of nation state. No. Asian cosmopolitanism leads to a superficial form of tolerance of diversity. Nah. Superficial form, no. It is actually reality. So A. Okay. So this question says India will achieve net zero emissions latest by 2070. That is, there will be no net carbon emissions. Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared at the COP26 summit. By 2030, India would also ensure that 50% of its energy will be from renewable energy sources. However, none of this can help the 1.5 degrees Celsius mark from being breached. That means although the efforts are being taken for achieving the net zero emissions by 2070, still the 1.5 degrees Celsius mark, which is basically the net rise in temperature of Earth, that is still going to get breached. A major point of emphasis of the report, particularly for South Asia, is the trend in the wet bulb temperature, an index of the impact of heat and humidity combined and its effect on health. Lucknow and Patna, according to one of the several studies cited in the report, were among the cities predicted to reach wet bulb temperatures of 35 degrees Celsius if emissions continued to rise, while Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Mumbai, Indore, and Ahmedabad are at risk of reaching wet bulb temperatures of 32 to 34 degrees Celsius with continued emissions. This will have consequences such as a rise in heatwave linked deaths or reduced productivity. Global sea levels will likely rise 44 centimeter to 76 centimeter this century if governments meet their current emission cutting pledges. But with higher emissions and if ice sheets collapse more quickly than expected, sea levels could rise as much as 2 meters this century and 5 meter by 2150. India is one of the most vulnerable countries in terms of population that will be affected by sea level rise. By the middle of the century, around 35 million of its people could face annual coastal flooding, with 45 million to 50 million at risk by the end of the century if emissions are high. Experience has shown that partisan economic calculations trump climate considerations, but India must shore up its adaptation measures and urgently move to secure the futures of its many vulnerable who have the most to lose. All right. Based on the passage, which of the following are likely impacts of climate change in India? One, increase in deaths of people, so that is there. It says 45 million to 50 million at risk, so this one is fine. Decline in coastal flooding, no, we are actually going to see the increase in coastal flooding. Decline in food grain production, again not discussed. Decline in labor productivity, I guess this is fine. If you here was that line, who have most to lose, correct? So 1 and 4 both are fine, so B, Bombay is the right answer here. Women in uniform provide an extremely powerful symbol of positive authority, confidence, empowerment, and social change. Let us stop uploading all women police stations, a meaningless symbolic gesture that is regressive both conceptually and in practice. Instead, let us induct more women so that each police station in the country has them in adequate numbers to attend to all citizens, including women victims and complainants, and that women's issues are addressed at the nearest police posts instead of their being sent to specific ones. Okay, which with reference to the above passage, which of the following assumptions have been made? Presently, police station in country do not have enough women cops, so author has assumed that. That's why the suggestion in the passage that we need more women in the workforce. So 1 is fine. 2, if we stop uploading all women police station, then we will be perceived as progressive. No, nothing of that sorts is mentioned. If we do this, then that will happen. I don't think author is doing. Author is simply criticizing that don't just do it for the sake of doing it, or don't just do it for the gesture. Do the actual, the real groundwork if you really want to have women empowerment in general. Right, so 1 only is fine, so answer is B, Bombay. Okay, drawing on one's self-awareness, self-management is the ability to regulate one's emotions. Everyone, including those with a high IQ, experiences bad moods, impulses, and negative emotions like anger and stress, but self-management is the ability to control those emotions rather than having them control you. This could mean delaying response to highly stressful or aggressive situations. Deciding to sleep on that angry email or phone call means you can react thoughtfully and with a clear head rather than impulsively. Negative emotions and impulsive behavior not only negatively affect those around you, but can take a toll on your well-being too. Alright. Based on the passage above, which of the following assumptions have been made? Emotionally aware people do not react to stressful and aggressive situations. It's not like that they do not react, they just don't immediately react. If you actually observe what author is trying to say here, deciding to sleep on that angry mail so that you can react thoughtfully. So you are still reacting. It's not like you're not reacting, rather than impulsively. So one is fine. One is not fine. Benefits of self-management include thoughtful responses and toll on well-being. Toll on well-being, no. It is actually toll on well-being means your well-being is getting affected. No. Benefits of self-management is your well-being getting improved, not getting affected. So even not to. Answer is D, Delhi. With the weakening of democracy, corruption is also on the rise, working hand in hand, feeding on weakened institutions and fundamentally unjust systems of power. Without effective protection, elections can be a central component in cycles of systemic corruption. This is increasingly true as even autocratic leaders use elections for some form of legitimacy for their rule. During elections, vote buying, bribery, and the abuse of state resources can be used to influence and coerce voters. To tackle the roots of political corruption and push back on autocracy, democratic actors must confront opaque and illicit political funding and spending, from influence peddling to state capture. Some have called illicit campaign finance the original sin of corruption because of the way it builds and bonds corrupt links between the public and private sectors. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. State funding elections could solve the issue of electoral corruption. State funding of elections could solve the issue of electoral corruption. Okay, so it will not solve. It will not solve that. That is a little too extreme or little the distortion. Regular elections do not guarantee the existence of true democracy. This is what is mentioned, so this is fine. It is not possible to deal with political corruption even with democracy in place. No, it is still possible to deal with corruption. There are better ways to deal with it. All right. So 2 only. Which of the following assumptions are invalid? So 1 and 3 are invalid. Answer is C. Permafrost peatlands, frozen carbon storing expanses of land in Europe and Western Siberia might be approaching their tipping point faster than expected. A new study warned. By 2040, Northern Europe might become too wet and warm to support permafrost peatlands, and the study published in Nature Climate Change added, peatlands are a class of wetlands which are ecosystems flooded with waterlogged conditions, limit microbial decay of dead plant and materials rich in carbon dioxide. This prevents the reintroduction of the gas into the atmosphere. Peatlands, which occupy only 3% of the global land surface, store twice as much carbon as all the world's forests, according to the United Nations Environment Programme. Some peatlands are buried under frozen ground or permafrost and exist as permafrost peatlands. They are found in the northern parts of Alaska, Canada, Russia, and parts of northern Europe, the researchers said. Data on parts of Canada and Siberia is still lacking. Frozen wetlands in Europe and Western Siberia store up to 39 billion tons of carbon. This is equivalent to twice that is held by the whole of European forests. Huge stocks of peat carbon have been protected for millennia by frozen conditions. But once those conditions become unsuitable, all that stored carbon can be lost very quickly. Study co-author Paul Morris, Associate Professor of Biogeoscience at Leeds said. So basically, author is saying that you have the ocean cover or which is covered with the ice. Below that are these permafrost peatlands, which is storing huge amount of carbon dioxide, equivalent to half of the whole forest that the European continent has, right? And all of this is stored in just 3% of the land mass. So you can see that how concentrated it is at just one spot and how beneficial it is that the CO2 has been trapped there. However, author is saying that with the rising temperature, chances are those peatlands may not be sustainable for long, and we have a risk where that CO2 might get emitted into the atmosphere. Which of the following best reflects the critical message by the author? Global warming will harm the carbon storing capacity of peatlands. So if you actually observe, this passage is only talking about the problem. It's not giving any solution, right? It's all problem. So A works okay, where they are saying global warming will harm the carbon storing capacity of peatlands. So that is the message that author is trying to give. So that is fine. Let's look at the other option. Carbon storing capacity of peatlands is extremely high. Although it is true, but it's not the critical message. Author didn't want to convey that as a message. Author is trying to warn us that we need to act before this problem gets out of proportion. Peatlands prevent microbial decay of plant. Again, that's not the message. Are found all over the world. Okay, that is also not the message. So answer is A. Interdependence theory developed as a critique of realist theory in the 70s. It challenged the realist idea that the state was the most important entity in international relations. Interdependence theory stressed the importance of non-state actors such as multinational corporations and their influential role in more complex global society in which military power had become far less important or virtually irrelevant to shaping relations between countries. Liberal institutionalist and interdependence approaches overlap to a considerable extent. Both have a much more optimistic view of human nature and share the view that growing interdependence will strengthen the institutions of regional cooperation and open up greater opportunities for strengthening the United Nations and developing mechanisms of world governance. It is certainly possible for the liberal institutionalists to point to the fact that the overwhelming majority of transactions between states are peaceful in accordance with international law and to the mutual benefit of the states involved. The creation and development of the European Union can be seen from the liberal perspective as a powerful riposte to those who believe the international politics is based on nothing more than a constant pursuit of power after power, and that it always must be a zero-sum game. Okay. With respect to the above passage, consider the following statements. There is a complete overlap of liberal, institutionalist, and interdependent. No, there's no complete overlap. Complete is a little extreme. Interdependence theorists are critical of multinational. No, they are not critical of. They actually support the multinational corporations. In case they support, regional cooperation will strengthen world governance mechanisms. So this is fine. So answer is D, 3 only. For most people, the climate crisis is no longer a future scenario. Floods, heat waves, and wildfires have gripped our entire planet and will become stronger in years to come. Countries in global south are particularly hard hit, even though their citizens have been emitting the least CO2. Drastic reduction of carbon emissions is only one pillar in the fight against climate change. Many of its consequences can no longer be stopped. There is an urgent need for adaptation measures so people both in cities and in rural areas have the chance to cope with the effects of climate change. That's why several years ago, rich nations committed to supporting low-income countries with $100 billion annually from 2020 to help them cut emissions and adapt to climate change. It was a central promise for more climate justice that has not been kept so far. What is the crucial message conveyed by the author? So author is basically saying that unless you start taking the measures, we are looking at a very difficult situation in future when it comes to the climate change. So it's more of a warning or cautious kind of a passage. Controlling carbon emissions should be the prime focus in the fight against climate change. That's not the crucial message conveyed by the author. This seems more like an instruction. Author has given more of a caution. The rich countries must be made accountable to low-income countries. No. Climate change not only affects the environment but also threatens the very existence of human life. This is fine, let me keep it aside. Climate change cannot be reversed. The only solution is adaptation mechanism. I guess D is more appropriate, where there is a caution in it that unless you adapt, we will all be facing a very difficult challenges ahead. So D makes sense. Farmers, due to dogged work and low profit, shifted from traditional agriculture towards the modern one. Modern agriculture, however, enhanced food productivity, but with the acceleration of several environmental problems such as climate change, food unsafety, biodiversity loss, soil degradation, and environmental pollution. Modern agriculture is a major driver of the loss of crop genetic resources in the third world due to the adoption of high yielding varieties and planting of vast fields with genetically uniform cultivars. Traditional agricultural practices are usually restricted to small farmers. Traditional vegetables grow well in drought prone areas. Traditional vegetable knowledge is under serious threat due to habitat loss, the introduction of new varieties, historical policies, the stigma attached to the use of traditional vegetables and altered lifestyles. In the context of sustainable food production in changing climate, the adoption of climate smart traditional practices is an urgent need. It is the right time to rediscover and re-implement traditional practices to improve the socio-ecological integrity of agroecosystems. Integration of traditional agriculture with modern agriculture is a necessity in the current scenario. This integration would bridge the huge gap between indigenous and modern peasants. Which among the following is the most logical and rational inference that can be drawn from the passage above? Different farming systems explain the correlation between climate change and no. We need to reorient agricultural practices to ensure sustainable food production in changing climate. So this seems okay. Farmers engaged in traditional agroecosystems are dependent on locally available resources and indigenous technologies. No. A complete shift from modern agriculture to traditional is a complete shift. No. B Bombay is fine. Scientists at the University of California, Santa Cruz UCSC have developed a new method to efficiently generate hydrogen from water at ambient temperatures using aluminum and gallium. Aluminum is an excellent candidate material for this purpose because the highly reactive metal easily reacts with the oxygen molecules in water to release hydrogen gas. But the pure form of the metal is so reactive that it instantly reacts with air to create a coating of aluminum oxide on its surface, meaning it cannot react with water. That is where gallium comes in. Gallium is liquid at slightly above room temperature and it removes the aluminum oxide coating that forms on the bare metal, allowing it to be in direct contact with water and react with it. The reaction of aluminum and gallium with water to produce hydrogen gas is already common scientific knowledge, but the new technology features innovations that bring it closer to practical applications. According to the researchers, previous such studies mostly focused on using aluminum-rich composites, but they discovered that using a gallium-rich mixture led to an unexpectedly high rate of hydrogen production. With reference to the above passage, consider the following statements. Aluminum is the most reactive metal? No, it's not the most reactive. It's one of the reactive metals. Gallium is usually liquid at room temperature. There is no information that states that. The production of hydrogen with the help of reaction between gallium and water was already known. Yes, it was already known, but the production technique and how much it will produce and how large it can produce, that was the recent study and innovation. So C, 3 only. This one, okay, let's try. While infra is essential for creating safe and inclusive places, we cannot underplay the importance of changing mindsets. There is a need for the sensitization of students, teachers, and staff in all educational institutions from primary schools to universities on understanding and accepting queer and transgender folks. India has taken a step in the right direction by enacting the Transgender Persons Act, which speaks of a trans-inclusive education system wherein transgender students learn with other students without the fear of discrimination, neglect, or harassment. Which of the following best reflects the crux of the passage? With better ethos and proper implementation of the Act, We can make we can make a better world for transgender person even with poor infrastructure. No. If you want to make, see, here we are only talking about sensitization of students in schools and colleges, but you don't spend your whole life in schools and colleges. Like, yes, it is a significant portion, but in order to make someone's, you can make a world better for transgender person, you also have to go beyond schools and colleges. Even in other places you will have to do that. So A is very broad. Both infra and compassions are the keys to the betterment of transgender persons. So this is fine. You need sensitization in school, but at the same time you need required infra. So B seems okay. C, with the help of said act, transgender folks can make themselves empowered. The act itself will not make it empowered. Someone will have to execute that act. That act needs to be implemented, must be accepted in day-to-day situations. So just because you have an act doesn't mean your interests are secured. India needs to be better sensitized about transgender porno. Best reflects the crux of the passage is B. This one is the repeated passage, I guess. Okay. Individualism is ever present. Every individual is ever asking, I and my neighbors, are we all brothers? And are we even 50th cousins? Am I their keeper? Why should I do right to them? And under the pressure of this particular interest, acting as though he was an end to himself, thereby developing a non-social and even an anti-social self. Fraternity is a force of opposite character. Fraternity is another name for fellow feeling. It consists in a sentiment which leads to an individual to identify himself with the good of the others, whereby the good of others becomes to him a thing naturally and necessarily to be attended to, like any of the physical conditions of our existence. Which of the following is the most rational and logical inference that can be drawn from the passage? Individualism and fraternity cannot go hand in hand. It is, I can still say that because they are basically the both extremes. On one side you have individuality, which may lead to what was that, non-social or antisocial behavior, and on the opposite extreme is the fraternity, where you come together and you see the good in the others, and eventually you start doing the good yourself by looking at others. So these are very two different things. So I can say one is fine. Two says fraternity considers people as ends while individual treats people as means. Don't really know what that option means. One, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration is America's civil space program and the global leader in space exploration. The agency has a diverse workforce of just under 18,000 civil servants and works with many more US contractors, academia, and international and commercial partners to explore, discover, and expand knowledge for the benefit of humanity. With an annual budget of $23.2 billion in fiscal year 21, which is less than 0.5% of the overall US federal budget, NASA supports more than 312,000 jobs across the United States, generating more than 64.3 billion in total economic output at its 20 centers and facilities across the country, and the only national laboratory in space. NASA studies Earth, including its climate, our sun, and our solar system, and beyond. We conduct research, testing, and development to advance aeronautics, including electric propulsion and supersonic flight. We develop and fund space technologies that will enable future exploration and benefit life on Earth. NASA also leads a moon to Mars exploration approach, which includes working with US industry, international partners, and academia to develop new technology and send science research and soon humans to explore the moon on Artemis missions that will help prepare for human exploration of the red planet. In addition to those major missions, the agency shares what it learns so that its information can make life better for people worldwide. For example, companies use NASA discoveries and technologies to create new products for the public. To ensure future success for the agency and the nation, NASA also supports education efforts in STEM with an emphasis on increasing diversity in our future workforce. Okay, so good read, I mean, good kind of a passage. NASA is a global employer. We cannot say it's a global employer. They have employed what 312,000 in the US only, right? The Artemis mission will aid in laying the groundwork for Mars exploration. Yes, so 2 is fine. B Bombay. The single UPSC examination, which most candidates take in their early or mid-20s, is treated as gospel. Often it is used as an argument against lateral entry because unless people have passed that exam, they are deemed to not be meritorious or deserving of being in government. It is also used to determine career trajectories. Those who stood first or second in their batch while in their 20s are more likely to rise to important positions such as cabinet secretary or foreign secretary 30 years later. When they are in their late 50s, merit and competence cannot be judged by single exam. Merit and competence. Okay. Based on the passage, without the following assumptions have been met. Toppers of the batch become cabinet secretaries. Not all the toppers. You cannot say that definitively. Lateral entry is for those who are not meritorious. No. Even they can be meritorious. It's just UPSC doesn't allow the lateral entry. So neither one nor two. There are only a few things that can unite our feuding politicians or fighting politicians. After resisting the implementation of stricter Lokpal, fighting to remain out of RTI's purview comes a close second. Unanimous passing of the bill to increase salaries of members of the parliament is another instance, and the constant creation of hurdles to stop criminalization of politics is yet another instance. Which of the following most accurately states the main idea in the passage? The era of political unity and dying down of differences has begun? No. Often it is the people who end up being at the losing end due to the self-interest and acts of politicians, so that is fine. Author is basically trying to say how the feud amongst them affects the people in general. The politicians disagree on many issues except Lokpal? No. More such instances of political unity are to come in near future. Again, there's no commentary on the future. So B Bombay is fine. This one, especially in the last century, most Western countries have experienced significant demographic changes with continuing increase in number of older people who face medical and functional challenges, as well as diseases that are age specific but have often originated in people's younger years. Most of those diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular heart diseases, or type 2 diabetes mellitus, are caused by civilization. Most NCDs primarily result from unhealthy lifestyle, including the consumption of too much or unhealthy food, too much alcohol, and excessive smoking habits, combined with physical inactivity. More specifically, inactivity and unhealthy eating habits are associated with weight gain. Overweight and obesity are the major underlying causes of modern diseases such as CHD or type 2 diabetes mellitus. Which of the following statement best reflects the practical implication of the passage? Prevention of NCDs can be done through physical activity and making healthy food choices. This is fine. Indians should learn from Western countries. That's not mentioned. Due to physical inactivity, any kind of non-communicable diseases can develop at any age of life. Not really sure, so not an answer. Unhealthy food, alcohol, and smoking causes CSD or type 2 diabetes mellitus. Again, that's not the implication, that's just the restatement of what is given in the passage. So answer seems to be A. Okay. Women's leadership in higher education and education related decision making bodies at the government level is largely absent as these remain boys' club. Only 7 of India's 54 central universities have women vice chancellors. This is despite girls outnumbering boys in higher education admissions and women constituting more than 50% of the entry level university teaching positions. Okay, the situation is even worse if one is from the reserved categories. There are several reasons for this. Women need to multitask. Marriage and family are still considered women's responsibilities. Despite being qualified, women continue to be hobbled by the ruthless identity-based politics that plague our higher education institutions. In addition, women must fight entrenched patriarchy and male hegemony. It takes a lot of courage, time, and energy to fight these social ills, and many women just do not want to, as the fight can get dirty and time-consuming. The few who dare to fight are maligned. Women's assertiveness is seen as aggressiveness. According to passage, the absence of women in leadership role in higher education is because of family responsibilities. Yes. Lack of assertiveness, no. There's more assertiveness. Patriarchy, yes. Lack of will, again, no. So 1 and 3. Sorry. The Indian civil services were created to foster the idea of unity in diversity. The civil service was expected to give continuity and change to the administration, no matter the political scenario and turmoil affecting the country. But what is appalling and needs serious consideration is the element of change. It can be said that civil services as a whole has maintained its status quo instead of sweeping changes in the social and economic scenario. Some may argue that it is the resilience of civil services, but it is an obvious fact out in the street that the Indian civil service was not able to deliver service based upon the expectations of the people or the founding fathers of the constitution. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. The training of civil servants to maintain the status quo should be replaced with innovation? No. Indian civil services have failed to uplift the social and economic? No. They have been, it's just not, they have not been very effective. Customizing Indian civil services during independence itself would have been a no. So none of these is the answer here. Common sense suggests that the poverty line should vary over regions mainly because of the variations of tastes and preferences and the price structure over the regions. Hence, determining components of the poverty line basket has been one of the key challenges of poverty line estimation in India due to price differentials, which vary from state to state, period to period. Further, consumption patterns, nutrition needs, and prices of components keep on changing as per dynamics of macroeconomy and demography. Large divergences open up between the poverty rates calculated by the direct method based on actual calorie intakes vis-a-vis the minimum requirements and the indirect method based on per capita expenditure vis-a-vis the periodical updated poverty lines. A significant percentage of households above the expenditure based poverty line were unable to meet the minimum calorie requirement. This called into question the practice of defining a poor household solely based on its per capita monthly expenditure vis-a-vis a poverty line expenditure cut off without considering the household's access to wide set of dimensions. Why is income poverty only one measure of counting the poor? It talks of only one kind of deprivation ignoring all others. So yes, we are not talking about the access, the expenditure, the nutritional need. So we are all ignoring that, and we have just designed basically a poverty line and something like that, right? So A is fine. Other deprivations in human life have nothing to do with lack of purchasing power. No, nothing of that sort is mentioned. Income poverty is not a permanent condition, it changes from time to time. No. Income poverty restricts human choices only at a point in time. So even though these are fine, but that doesn't really answer the question, which is why is income poverty the only measure of counting poor? So C and D, although are true, doesn't answer the question that is asked, right? So A. Translating the Constitution of India in Santhali had been on Professor Sripati Tudu's mind for a few years before he actually got down to starting the mammoth task, that of translating the longest written constitution of any country in the world, 235 pages, in the Olchiki script. An assistant professor in the Santhali language at the Sidho Kano Birsa University in Purulia, West Bengal, Tudu started this initiative because he wanted to document the more accessible and available for a wider group that may not necessarily be familiar with languages in which a translation of the Constitution is available. The nation runs on the basis of the Constitution, but the community has been historically deprived, and so people in the community need to read it to understand what their rights are, the provisions, and what is written inside it. Which of the following best reflects the critical message? The ambitious project of academician will soon be realized? No, that's not the critical message. The net benefit of translating a constitution is debatable. Again, that's not the critical message. For better understanding of rights and duties, the constitution requires to be translated into multiple languages. Yes, that is fine. So C is okay. Indian constitution is available in multiple languages. No, the work is yet to be done in that regard. So C is the answer here. The ignorance of class differences that are necessitated in democracy's pursuit of equality makes it vulnerable to class conflict. By institutionalizing class disparities into a balanced representative structure, republicanism attempts to preserve order between distinctive subdivisions of society. Also, the pursuit of complete negative liberty in pure democracies is susceptible to anarchic disorder as it disregards the law. The responsibility to uphold the law, typically maintained in the form of a constitution by both the government and the individual, is essential in a republic for the preservation of societal order. Which one of the following is the crux of the passage? Limitations of democracy regarding social order can be handled through the constitution, so this is fine. Democracy due to inherent flaws is not the best policy. No. Only governments following a constitution can guarantee? Again, no. The pursuit of equality in a democracy is the bedrock for preventing class conflicts. It's not the bedrock. It is actually leading to class conflicts, not is the bedrock. So A is fine. Okay. It seems that India does not have enough jobs, and it's clear that the country also does not have robust enough job data. Government has set up a task force headed by Niti Aayog Vice Chairman to evolve a methodology to generate timely and reliable employment data, signaling in the process a key priority of his remaining tenure: job creation. The lack of sufficient and timely information has often led to ill-informed and politicized debate, such as the one India witnessed in 2019, when a survey revealed the phenomenon of jobless growth and the so-called casualization of the workforce, meaning fewer people were finding jobs in the organized sector. Which of the following is the most logical corollary to the above passage? The phenomenon of jobless growth and casualization of the workforce began around 2019. No, it did not begin at that time. It's just that it was studied only in that time, or surveyed in that time. The topmost priority of government in its remaining tenure is job creation. We don't know if it is topmost. It is one of the priority. In India, the debates surrounding job creation have often been politicized, so this is fine. Reason for government setting up task force in its inability to create enough job in its tenure in office? No. C is fine. One of the biggest problems that solar energy technology possesses is that energy is only generated while the sun is shining. That means nighttime and overcast days. can interrupt the supply. The shortage created by this interruption would not be a problem if there were low cost ways of storing energy, as extremely sunny periods can generate excess capacity. As the global capacity for solar power continues to rise, nations like Japan and other global leaders in solar energy technology are focusing on developing adequate energy storage to deal with this issue. Which of the following is the inference? Okay. Tropical countries with year-long availability of sunshine are less dependent on storage of solar energy. No, there's no such mention. In future, the cost of storage of solar energy may reduce due to the involvement of global leaders. So that is fine. Some innovation or upgradation is happening in that regards. So on those lines, it is given in the message. If there were low cost ways of storing energy and so on. So 2 is fine. Answer is B. This one I guess we solved. Digital communication has created an unprecedented social reality in which children can be approached without the knowledge of the adults who look after them. The sight of children playing on the street or in park spaces had already become a rarity as sexual crimes became more common. As children receded from public view, they became subject to oppression through the so-called social media. Their exposure to violent videos, pornography, and terrorizing messages is common. Tech giants remove millions of such material as part of their content moderation exercise. It is strange ritual for these very companies actively encourage children to participate in digital activity. Which of the following assumptions have been made? Children have easy access to sexual content online. Yes, so that's what author is trying to say, that they have the access to those despite the companies removing such content. Tech giants are responsible for the increase in online sexual crimes. Tech giants are not responsible. It's the perpetrators, the attackers. They are responsible, not the tech companies. So answer is A, one only. India's structural transformation, particularly since 91, has been slow and unique. Despite abundant low-skilled labor, our growth trajectory has mostly skipped manufacturing, growing instead on the back of a far smaller high-skilled services sector. Consequently, the bulk of jobs our economy generated, even in its peak growth years, was in the largely informal, low value-added construction sector. The distributional consequences of this have been significant. Underemployment and low intergenerational ability have been persistent features of the Indian economy, resulting in deep inequalities. Most of India continues to live in extremely precarious economic conditions with limited opportunity. Growth lifted a large population out of poverty. However, as the World Bank data shows, most of those 40% of the population who escaped poverty between 2005 to 12 moved into what they call the vulnerable group, one income shock away from falling below the poverty line. Which of the following assumptions have been made? So I need the assumptions, and which of the above assumptions are valid. So I need the valid assumption. Availability of low skill labor may promote the development of manufacturing sector. Yes, so that one is fine. Service sector can thrive even on a small workforce, even that is also mentioned, so that's fine. The peak growth year of 2005 to 2012 helped the service sector grow faster? No, nothing of that sort is mentioned. So answer is A, 1 and 2 only. Giving food to the needy is a tradition all religions follow. Food gifts and hosting community meals are central to festivities around the world. In addition to that, in India, festivals are associated with certain types of foods or ingredients. Okay, and that has helped preserve some of our ancient culinary wisdom and ways of cooking. For instance, some wild foods are brought to plate only once a year as part of ritualistic meal, even though we might have forgotten how to utilize that food in our contemporary kitchens. So this is fine. What does the author refer to as wild food? Food which is generally cooked in forest areas? No. Food which is supposed to be eaten by wild people? No. Food which is no more cooked? No. Food which is cooked by a part of animal as a part of any ritual? So that is fine. So D, Delhi is correct. Digital communication has created an unprecedented social reality. I guess this one we read. I guess the question is different this time. Based on the above passage, following assumptions have been made. Children in public spaces are susceptible to sexual crimes. Yes, that is the reason why children are not going to the public spaces often. Sexual crimes have receded in public spaces because of them being shifted online? No. Sexual crimes, whether they receded in public spaces or not, that we don't know. And the reason, and especially if they did, was the reason that it was shifted online? Again, that we don't know. So A, one only is the answer. It has been proven time and again that when more women enter the workforce, economics grow faster. When women are empowered, the battle to eradicate poverty is more fruitful. Studies conducted in various nations have proven that there is a direct correlation between greater gender diversity and higher GDPs. We must ensure that all of India's women get equal access to education, equal access to opportunities, and equal pay at work. By empowering women, we increase their right to economic resources as well as their decision making powers. This in turn benefits their households and their communities. Women begin investing more in their children's education. The quality of human capital improves. We as a nation reap the benefits of economic prosperity. Which of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? A. Empowerment of women leads to socio-economic development of society and nation. That is fine. By empowering women, we can reap the benefits of higher GDP. No, not only GDP. What about the social benefits? Even that has to be part of your central idea. Women empowerment is necessary precursor to socio-economic development. No, there could be other precursors also. Empowerment of women helps in their development in social and economic spheres. Although true, but it's not the central idea. The central idea is what happens once women are empowered, right? Which is what mentioned in A, right? So A is fine. New data and analysis in the report, New Threats to Human Security in the Anthropocene, shows that people's sense of safety and security is at a low in almost every country, including the richest countries, despite years of upwards development success. Those benefiting from some of the highest levels of good health, wealth, and education outcomes are reporting even greater anxiety than 10 years ago. To tackle this disconnect between development and perceived security, the report calls for greater solidarity across borders and a new approach to development, one that allows people to live free from want, fear, anxiety, and indignity. The imperative to act now has never been more clear, as new findings also show that global life expectancy at birth is falling for a second year because of COVID-19, and overall human development measures are also moving downward. Furthermore, climate change is likely to become a leading cause of death around the world. Even with moderate mitigation of emissions, some 40 million people might die because of the changes in temperatures before the end of the century. The report examines a cluster of threats that have shifted to become more prominent in recent years, including those from digital technologies, inequalities, conflicts, and the ability of healthcare systems to tackle new challenges like the COVID-19 pandemic. Which of the following are the most rational? Is the most rational inference that can be drawn from the passage? One, the sense of security is low in almost every country, so that is fine. That is directly mentioned in the passage. So one is fine. Two, climate change will cause most number of deaths globally. Most number of deaths we know, significant deaths, yes, but there could be other reasons as well which might cause more deaths than climate change. So we cannot say most. So A, one only is the answer here. Keeping up with Joneses is an expression. Joneses, yes. Keeping up with Joneses is an expression that is commonly used to describe the attitude of always wanting to keep up with the neighbors in terms of possessions and wanting to have the things that our neighbors have. Envy is another word that can be used to describe the frame of mind. Unfortunately, it is an attitude that is widespread all over the world. Throughout our childhood and most of our adult life, competition is the order of the day. Right from our school days, we are taught that our self worth is measured in relation to other people. At school, our grading system gives you a number at the end of the term. If you pass number 1, that means you are the best in your class. If you pass number 25, that means there are 24 other kids that are better than you are. This carries on through life. The rivalry does not always end when children grow up. The success of one child in adulthood is measured against the success of another. Which of the following is inference that can be drawn? Competition is at the root of all problems? No. Competitive mindset is an innate characteristic of human nature? No. It is imbibed in them. People are not born with it. Competitive attitude may not always be ethical. Yes, that is fine. The system of competition at different stages of life should be done away with. No. C is fine. Okay. Crowdfunding is a powerful tool to empower individuals and groups and bring about a lifestyle change. It helps in bridging the gaps and allows humanity to take a step ahead. However, one must be very careful while making donations as well as while raising funds. Look for credibility and the root causes carefully. With the advent of powerful platforms, things have gone easy and better. It can be said that this phenomenon has made funding accessible and eradicated the gatekeepers. Now, anyone with a great idea and the ability to execute it can raise the funds they need to succeed. Which of the following statement best reflects the central idea of the passage? By addressing the credibility issues in crowdfunding, it can become the best fundraising mechanism. No. Crowdfunding offers an easy path for successfully turning an idea into reality. Yes, it does. So B is fine. C says crowdfunding mechanism has inherent flaws which can be resolved. No. To avoid the interest on raising loans, people should adopt crowdfunding. No. B, Bombay is the answer. When physical activity is used as a break from academic learning time, post-engagement effects include better attention, increased on-task behaviors, and improved academic performance. Comparisons between first grade students housed in a classroom with stand sit desk where the child could stand at his or her discretion, and in classrooms containing traditional furniture showed that the former children were highly likely to stand, thus expending significantly more energy than those who were seated. More important, teachers can offer physical activity breaks as part of the supplemental curriculum or simply as a way to reset student attention during a lesson, and when provided with minimal training can efficaciously produce vigorous or moderate energy expenditure in students. Further, after school physical activity programs have demonstrated the ability to improve cardiovascular endurance, and his increase in aerobic fitness has been shown to mediate improvements in academic performance as well as the allocation of neural resources underlying performance on a working memory task. So, okay, very different passage, but okay. Based on the passage above, the following assumptions have been made. Students should be provided with frequent physical activity breaks that are developmentally appropriate. So that is fine, that can be assumed. Students respond better to a variety of cognitive tasks after participating in a session of physical activity. That's what is mentioned in the first part. Right after the activity, the attention improved. So answer is C, both 1 and 2. Rivers provide a range of benefits, and that these benefits are seldom equally distributed in society. Asymmetries of power mean that decisions about trade-offs are rarely objective. The poor and the marginalized often lose out to more influential actors. Disadvantages in access and entitlements can be exacerbated because vulnerable groups often rely disproportionately on ecosystem services such as fisheries, particularly as a livelihood strategy of last resort. Measures to enhance water security for some sections of society can lead to insecurity in supplies of water or other ecosystem services to others. This political dimension is made even more challenging if river and water management institutions are designed to operate without recognition of the often different scales at which other important decision making processes operate. Okay, what is the crucial message conveyed by the author? River water is a necessity for everyone, be it the vulnerable or influential sections? No. Climate change leads to unequal access to river water, further leading to inequitable distribution? No. Not only environmental, social, but institutional mechanisms are also required for ensuring equitable distribution of river water. This is fine. This is a generic, appropriate answer. Process of decision making regarding the distribution of river water needs to be streamlined only at local level? No. So answer is C. Hyperconsumption is a curse of our modern times. Humans generate monumental amounts of waste, a sizable portion of which is disposed of in landfills and through waste to energy incinerators. However, billions of tons of garbage, including microplastics, never made it to landfills or incinerators and end up in the oceans. This garbage chokes marine life and suburbs and disturbs zooplankton, which is vital to the elimination of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. In India, nearly 60% of the household waste is wet organic waste with low calorific value. This makes options such as waste to energy incinerators inefficient. So we have three kinds of waste. There is wet, there is dry, and then there is microplastic. The microplastic is going into the ocean. The wet, most of our waste is wet, whose calorific value is low. That means we cannot really use them or burn them to produce significant energy. Which of the following statements reflects the crux of the passage? Incineration is not the best technological solution for waste processing, so that is fine. You have majority of your waste as wet waste, and incinerators or waste to energy calorific value for the wet is not very high. Reducing consumption will solve the issue? No. Of waste generation, waste will always be generated. Just because you reduce consumption doesn't mean you will resolve the issue of waste generation. Incinerators shall be established in and around the landfills. Where should they be installed? Nothing of that sort is mentioned. India should develop customized incinerators? No. Again, nothing of that sort is mentioned. Generally, poverty cannot be reduced if economic growth does not occur. The persistent poverty of a substantial portion of the population can dampen the prospects for economic growth. Also, the initial distribution of income and wealth can greatly affect the prospects for growth and alleviation of mass poverty. Substantial evidence suggests that a highly unequal distribution of income is not conducive to either economic growth or poverty reduction. Experience has shown that if countries put in place incentive structures and complementary investments to ensure better health and education, it can lead to a higher incomes, and the poor will benefit doubly through increased current consumption and higher future incomes. Okay. Only economic growth has the potential to overcome millions of poverty? No. Health and education have direct correlation? Yes. So answer is 2 or 2 only, B, Bombay. Biotechnology has brought advances in animal husbandry. Today's farm animals are larger and grow faster than their ancestors. Cattle, for example, are grazing animals. Their digestive systems have evolved to process grasses and other crops. Corn and other grains cause a cow's digestive system to become acidic. That makes it easier for dangerous bacteria such as E. coli to develop. Bacterial infections can be harmful to the new cow and also can infect the milk and meat consumed by the people. So, they have bacteria inside them, which then comes out in the milk or the meat and then reach to the humans. That's what it is trying to say. Antibiotics are spliced into the DNA of feed corn to prevent such infections. Antibiotics have been used since 50s to simulate cattle growth. Over time, this practice has led to the development of antibiotic resistance bacteria that are no more affected by those antibiotics. Many cattle are also given anabolic steroids or growth hormones to make them get bigger and faster. Which of the following best implies the suggestion to prevent the creation of antibiotic resistant microorganism? There is an urgent need to reduce the use of antibiotics. So this is definitely what author would agree with and is pointing towards. So A is fine, but let's look at other option. Research should be done to evolve some alternatives to the harmful use of antibiotics. No, research is not required. We already know what are the harmful effects. Use of biotechnology has negative side effects. No. Biotechnology can be used to reduce antibiotic resistance among people. No. All right, let's look at this one. United Nations Secretary General has urged rich countries to step up their climate adaptation financing and sought urgent discussions on loss and damage due to climate crisis. Climate change is not a problem of the future, it is a problem today, he said, and that is why I said in my intervention, and I repeat now, the questions of loss and damage need to be seriously discussed. Guterres placed the blame on developed countries, particularly the G20 countries, which are historically responsible for 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. He also requested the G20 nations to boost national emissions reduction targets yearly till the world achieves the warming limit of 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. People living in high climate vulnerability conditions, including in South Asia, are 15 times more likely to die from climate impacts. Nearly half of humanity is now in this category, the overwhelming majority in the developing world, he added. Which of the following is the most logical inference that can be made? Each nation is equally accountable for financing climate adaptation measures. Not equally accountable. Author is saying the G20 countries are the most contributors. South Asia is the most vulnerable region in climate change. No, most regions are vulnerable. So answer is neither one nor two. Various factors help people in believing that people from different countries hold different values. Such factors are cognitive, social learning, and stereotyping processes. Example, illusory correlations may lead us to encode other groups' characteristics in ways that magnify the differences between groups. More relevant, however, is the nature of the concept of the value itself. Specifically, as abstract ideals, values subsume a wide range of behaviors as exemplars of the concepts. People may perceive differences between social groups because of the differences between groups in the specific behaviors that are seen as exemplars of different values, even if other behaviors that are exemplars of the values do not differ. So, you may have the same value in two groups. You also value the same thing as the person in the other group values, but the way you behave are different, although the inherent values are same. That's what it says. In other words, people in different social groups may endorse the same values but associate different behaviors. For example, the value of equality may be linked to comparisons between men and women in countries where gender equality is promoted, but not in countries where gender equality is not part of the political agenda. So, what does it mean? Suppose your country's agenda doesn't have gender equality as part of it. Now, why it is not part of it is not that they are not serious about gender equality. It's just that their country is already gender neutral. So, if they have already solved that problem, there's no need to have that in your agenda. Correct? Based on the above passage, what kind of relationship exists between group values and group behavior? Group values could be same, behaviors could be different. Behavior can reflect the group values, yes, so 1 is fine. Different behaviors may stem out of the same group values, so even that is fine. So C, 1 and 2 is the answer here. If a man in a given geographical area lacks a job, he is likely to be poor and disenfranchised. If he is poor and disenfranchised, he has an incentive to engage in practices that harm ecology, for example, by cutting down trees for firewood to cook his meals and warm his home. As his actions are aggregated with those of others in his region, cutting down trees, deforestation will cause vital minerals to be lost from the soil. If vital minerals are lost from the soil, the inhabitants will be deprived of the dietary nutrients required to sustain the intellectual performance needed to learn new technologies. For example, how to operate a computer, and this will cause productivity to reduce or stagnate. If productivity stagnates, poor people will remain poor or poorer, and the cycle continues. Which of the following statement represents the crux of the passage? It is essential to create a balance between environmental, economic, and social sustainability. And this looks okay. The cycle of poverty can be broken with a better diet and technological know-how. No. The limited means and resources on earth cannot be enough. No. Knowledge of new technologies, especially computers, is essential to get a good job. No. A is fine. That is the crux of the passage. The internalization of climate risk factors by banks is very much on the agenda, especially with RBI taking up Kadgels, or I don't know what that means, but anyway. However, given the complexity of climate risk modeling, the biggest challenge for a bank would be to measure the impact of climate risk while undertaking lending and investment decisions and further integrate that risk into the existing risk and valuation frameworks. According to a recent Bloomberg survey of European banks, most banks reported that they could only confine themselves to a qualitative assessment of climate risks during the loan approval processes, which could at best be considered subjective. The quantification of climate risk, albeit crucial, may require quality data that is not always available due to inadequate and at times inconsistent in corporate disclosures. The second challenge that a bank faces is a dearth of standardized industry models to embed climate risk into the enterprise risk management framework. The third critical challenge is the lack of skilled professionals who have a clear understanding of both the worlds, climate risk and finance. On the basis of the passage given below, the following assumptions have been made. Traditional risk management approaches are not adequate for measuring climate risk, so that is fine. The climate risk is compounded by mitigation related regulatory policies that impose high adjustment costs for business. Then how it is compounded? It is actually controlled if we do that. So 2 is kind of opposite of what is actually true. So A, 1 only is the answer here. Violence is always evaluated hierarchically. The physical placed right at the top of the pile. Of course, taking away a person's life or dismembering someone is an irrevocable state. But emotional and psychological violence can be deeply affecting and debilitating. There is no way to see it immediately or measure the damage. We cannot put a number on it, hence we presume it to be a lesser evil. In humanistic terms, how are we to perceive violence that is viewed as relatively benign because it is non-physical? More often than not, the actual physical act occurs after a sustained period of psychological violence. During that gestation period, we enthusiastically participate in its enactment. We also train, encourage, and brainwash perpetrators. We do not speak to him directly, but our nurturing of his psychotic environment is not an accident. We know that our every word and action is a trigger, It we keep pushing until someone somewhere snaps. Then we quickly wash our hands of the entire episode. When someone points at it, we accuse him of equating words and swords. According to the passage given above, psychological violence will ultimately lead to which of the following? Enfabling of the victim, yes. Psychological disorders, no. Absenteeism at work by victim, no. Physical violence by the victim, yes. So D, 1 and 4 only. Okay. In effect, the Sustainable Development Goals Index celebrates rich countries while turning a blind eye to the damage they are causing. Ecological economists have long warned against this approach. It violates the principle of strong sustainability, which holds that good performance on development indicators cannot legitimately substitute for destructive levels of ecological impact. The SDG index team is aware of this problem. It's even mentioned in their methodological notes, but then it's swept under the rug in favor of a final metric that has little grounding in ecological principles. Which of the following best reflects the crux of the passage? The Sustainable Development Goal Index creates the illusion that rich countries have high levels of sustainability even if they do not. Okay. The Nordic countries, even with higher scores on sustainable, are some of the most environmentally unstable. That is not the crux. If a country performs well on development indicators, its score for that goal will look good even if it fails in terms of sustainability. No. The United Nations needs to redesign the no. A is the answer. Okay, the SDG index creates the illusion that rich countries have high levels of sustainability even if they do not. So A is fine. India's structural transformation, particularly since 91, has been slow and unique. Okay, so this passage we read, but this time the question is different. According to the passage given above, India's unique structural transformation has led to which of the following? I guess I forgot the passage. Let me read it. India's structural transformation, particularly since 91, has been slow and unique. Despite abundant low-skilled labor, our growth trajectory has majorly skipped. Manufacturing growing instead on the back of far smaller high-skilled service sector. Consequently, the bulk of our jobs, our economy generated even in its peak growth years was in the largely informal, low value and construction sector. The distributional consequences of this have been significant. Underemployment and low intergenerational mobility have been persistent features of the Indian economy, resulting in deep inequalities. Most of India continues to live in extremely precarious economic conditions with limited opportunity. Growth lifted a large population out of poverty. However, as the World Bank data shows, most of those 40% of the population who escaped poverty between 5 and 12 moved into what they call the vulnerable group, one income shock away from falling below the poverty line. According to the passage given above, India's unique structural transformation has led to which of the following? A category of people just outside the bounds of poverty, yes. So that put them on the edge is what is given. So A is fine, or 1 is fine. Decline in the share of agriculture in the overall economic growth, no, that is not mentioned. So 1A is the answer. The melting of the Greenland ice sheet will unavoidably raise global sea levels by at least 10.6 inches or 27 meters, no matter what climate action the world decides to take right now. This is because of zombie ice, which is certain to melt away from the ice cap and blend into the ocean. The calculation comes from a recent study published in the journal Nature Climate Change, where scientists for the first time calculated minimum ice loss in Greenland and the corresponding rise in global sea level. Also referred to as dead or doomed ice, zombie ice is one that is not accumulating fresh snow even while continuing to be part of the parent ice sheet. Such ice is committed to melting away and increasing sea levels. This is on account of warming that has already happened. The search points to an equilibrium state where snowfall from the higher reaches of the from the higher reaches of the Greenland ice cap flows down to recharge edges of the glaciers and thicken them. It says that over the last several decades, there has been more melting and less replenishment. By calculating minimum committed ice loss based on the ratio of recharge to loss, the scientists have projected that 3.3% of Greenland's total ice volume will melt, and this will happen even if the global temperature is stabilized at the current level. But given that global warming is predicted to get worse, the melting and the corresponding rise in sea level could be much worse. The study says it could reach as much as 30 inches if Greenland's record melt year becomes a routine phenomenon. With reference to the above passage, consider the following statements. The experts have conducted numerous studies on the effects of the melting of the minimum possible amount of Greenland's ice. No. Zombie ice does not accumulate fresh snow. Yes, that is fine. So 2 only, B Bombay. Given that cities are concentrated centers of population and economic activities, any impact and disruption, whether natural or human induced, has the potential to affect vast numbers of people. The expected impact of climate change poses a massive challenge to cities. These impacts will vary from city to city as well as within the city. For instance, coastal cities are vulnerable to rising sea levels, to more intense precipitation that increases the likelihood of flooding in low-lying areas and landslides on steep slopes, and to extended heat waves that threaten cities unaccustomed to very hot summers. In every city, the poorest populations are the most vulnerable because they have the least adaptive capacity and often occupy areas that are most exposed to hazards. Building resilience and adapting to climate change are therefore a high priority for cities. Yet, city managers and practitioners serving the urban poor often point out that the multiple competing priorities are challenging enough. Paying attention to uncertain future climate impacts is thus seen as a lower priority. Which of the following best reflects the most practical and lasting solutions of the problem mentioned in the above passage? Cities should not be settled in areas prone to hazards like low-lying areas or on steep slopes. Not really sure about that. Cities should be made disaster resilient and follow the principle of build back better. No. Cities should have robust public transport and industries based on clean technologies. No. Urban planners should make policies with co-benefits to urban poverty reduction and adaptation to climate change. So this one talks about climate change. So this one is fine. D Delhi. Common sense suggests that the poverty line should vary over regions mainly because of the variations of tastes and preferences and the price structures over the region. Hence, determining components of the poverty line basket has been one of the key challenges of poverty line estimation in India due to price differentials, which vary from state to state and period to period. Further, consumption patterns, nutritional needs, and prices of components keep on changing as per dynamics of macroeconomy and demography. Large divergences opened up between the poverty rates calculated by the direct method based on actual calorie intakes vis-a-vis the minimum requirements, and the indirect method based on per capita expenditure vis-a-vis the periodically updated poverty lines. A significant percentage of households above the expenditure-based poverty line were unable to meet the minimum calorie requirement. This called into question the practice of defining a poor household solely based on its per capita monthly expenditure vis-a-vis a poverty line expenditure cut off without considering the household's access to a wide set of dimensions. Why is the methodology adopted in India to estimate poverty line debatable? Why is it debatable? There is some confusion regarding what should constitute. No. There are wide diversities in condition of the rural and urban poor. No. Rural, urban, not distinction is not given. There is no uniform global standard for measuring income poverty. No. It is based on the proposition of poverty as meager income or buying capacity. D. Delhi is the answer. The physical and behavioral changes that make natural selection possible happen at the level of DNA and genes within the gametes, the sperm or egg cell through which parents pass on genetic material to their offspring. Such changes are called mutations. Mutations can be caused by random errors in DNA replication or repair or by chemical or radiation damage. Usually mutations are either harmful or neutral, but in rare instances a mutation might prove beneficial to the organism. If so, it will become more prevalent in the next generation and spread throughout the population. In this way, natural selection guides the evolutionary process, preserving and adding up the beneficial mutations and rejecting the bad ones. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Mutation combined with natural selection is beneficial for a species. Okay, mutations are always a natural phenomenon? No. So, one only, A is the answer in this case. While environmentally friendly biodegradable plastics are a desirable solution, it is essential that they also fulfill required functional performance parameters for them to see wide-scale adoption. Such scaling up from the lab to commercial processes will be vital to achieve cost reduction and widespread adoption. There is an urgent need to upgrade the infrastructure of government and private testing laboratories so that they are well equipped to test plastics according to Indian standards as mentioned in Schedule 1 of PWM rules. The manufacturers should also be encouraged through appropriate measures to shift from conventional plastics to biodegradable plastics across countries. According to the passage, the following assumptions are made as to why environmentally friendly plastic is not currently able to emerge as a desirable solution to the problem of plastic. Okay, so which of the assumptions are correct? It is costlier than conventional practice. Yes, so one is definitely part of my answer. So B is not my answer. Lack of widespread adoption of public because the public is not familiar with it. No, that is not mentioned. So 2 should not be part of my answer. So it's either A or C. There is not enough production of such plastic. No. There is not enough production. Yes, because of the cost and technology. So 1 and 3 are fine. C. Social networks such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter are now integrated into most people's everyday lives. The users of social networks no longer just use them to keep in touch with friends, but increasingly facilitate social networks to search for information. Users also form opinions based on the information and contributions available on social networks. While searching for information and integrating it into their opinion formation, users are no longer just passive recipients of information in online social networks, but are also actively spreading their own opinions. Okay, which of the following assumptions have been made? Information available on social networks must be verified for correct opinion formation. That is not an assumption. Opinions made through social media are not reliable due to instances of fake news. Again, that's not relevant, not mentioned. Social networks can act as a medium for exercising the right to freedom of speech. Yeah, that is the given. So 3 only is the right answer, C. The group of 7 countries is working to cap the price of Russian oil in an attempt to limit Moscow's ability to fund its invasion of Ukraine. A plan analysts say could work in the long term but might boost oil prices in coming months. Officials in G7 countries, including US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, say the unprecedented measure set to begin December 5 will cut the price Russia receives for oil without reducing its petroleum exports to world consumers. Russian President Vladimir Putin could push back, causing stress in oil markets even as the plan comes together. The G7 wealthy nations, the US, Japan, Germany, Britain, France, Italy, and Canada, and the EU are hammering out details of the plan. The G7 wants to enlist other countries, including India and China, which have been snapping up heavily discounted oil from Russia since its Feb 24 invasion of Ukraine. Moscow has managed to maintain its revenues through those increased crude sales to India and China. But even if India and China don't join, a cap could help force down prices for Asia and other consumers. Which of the following can be best inferred from the passage? In the long run, the policy of controlling Russian oil prices will actually increase the global oil prices. No. Asian nations have kept Russia's revenue stream going. Yes, that's for sure. So B, Bombay 2 only. The world of work is changing rapidly. Employers say they need young adults who can take on new tasks and challenges, be innovative and collaborative, and come up with ideas for new products and processes. Market players often complain that a large number of people seeking jobs with conventional academic qualifications are not good team players or they are not creative enough. But why blame these young aspirants? They have spent years learning that the system encourages competition and rewards conformity and compliance. According to the passage, what do employers seek in their employees? Zeal for competition? No. Ability to solve problems? Yes. Time management? Not mentioned in the passage. Ingenious? Yes. They should be able to solve the problems. So 2 and 4. Innovative, able to solve problems. So B, Bombay. With an interconnected world, we might assume that today's children have higher EQ as compared to their predecessors. But the truth might be different. With the boom in technology, many children are glued to their screens and don't get to meet other children face to face. Relating to others and relationship management is an important element that nurtures a high IQ in an individual. But technology and its addiction among children are a hindrance in attaining high EQ levels, and this leads to many of them not being able to manage their emotions well. Which of the following assumptions have been made? Technology directly impacts the EQ of children. Yes. Human relations have a positive impact on EQ as compared to technology. So even that is true. C, 1 and 2 is the answer in this case. There are 3 broad barriers to financial inclusion. The first barrier is lack of trust in the financial system, particularly in money and financial institutions. This can be due to a history of bank failures and the associated loss of hard-earned cash that people may have witnessed. Lack of trust may also reflect a lack of financial literacy. Indeed, people cannot be expected to trust something that they do not understand. The second barrier is high costs. That is, if financial services may be too expensive for some users. There are 2 possibilities: either the price is reasonable but the user is too poor to afford it, or the price really is too high because the service provider finds it unprofitable to serve some population segments. Consider a small low-income community without a critical mass of potential customers. Setting up a fully staffed branch may be too costly. Even if one ignores the fixed costs, the marginal profit from serving low-income clients with narrow financial needs may be too low. The third barrier is lack of documentation. Bank accounts cannot be opened without basic documents such as a birth certificate or identity card. Meanwhile, a blank credit record can block access to loan or insurance. Which of the following statements best reflects the suggestions that can be derived? Improving the resilience of financial institution can improve the public trust in them, so that is fine. Government should regulate. Government should regulate the cost of financial services to keep it very low. No. Financial inclusion is a key enabler to reducing poverty and boosting prosperity. Again, no. So answer is A, 1 only.